Udah Sounds insightful, Unda. माथा जो सहायता मैया तुझ शक्ति तुझ शक्ति अरे प्रभु पवित्र श्री गुरुदेव घट ज्योत जड़ के सगले कल के स्वयं ज्योति चलनी अर्जी श्री गुरुपति आपको दर्शन प्रणाम श्री गुरुदेव जय भगवान की जय वाणराम भगवान की जय नाती की जय ओम नमः पार्वती पते हर हर महादेव।
Right. It is through this foundation, education જે લગતે જેટલા પણ પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ હોય એ એક્ઝિક્યુટ અને અસ્પષ્ટ બહુ સારી રીતે સર્વ થઈ રહ્યા છે. But Bhanushali oversees support systems. Ninjas is a crucial part. Designed to provide with all the medical students and working professionals. Big thanks to Shri Kachi Bhanushali Seva Samaj Trust and Odavram Education Foundation for this initiative. તો હાણે આમણે કે જો agenda brief કરી હતી. So we will start by with speech, Vedant's speech. He Oxford में आए law पढ़ा तो. Followed that will be MUN session. Schools have embraced the concept of MUN, allowing students and youth to engage in discussions prevailing about global issues, fostering a spirit of critical thinking and diplomacy. तो ही इवेंट लाइव हेडा थे वारो आए जो को विरांश राजवी अने विधि चेयर करे वाराई. So detailed instructions on how we will proceed with MUN will be explained shortly. So next we'll have Robert Adams, who is an influencer with over 15 years of experience. He has trained thousands of students cross-culturally. Following that, we'll have Rajiv Sharma. He's the founder of TASA Global, the largest B2B global education services. So he'll join us. Next, we'll have Avni Rathore. So she is an IIT IIM alumni who will share her valuable insights. Following that, we have Zest Education, which is again largest overseas consultancy. We'll then have table experts जो को पिंडा table जड़ा setup क्यों नो तो last में हमें के की भी queries हुए आगे networking करना है visa process scholarships किन्जे भी बारे में information कब दी हुआ है आई personally उन्हीं tables से विनी ने इन्हीं साथे interact करे सका था. So now I would like to invite Shri Dinesh Bhai Chandra, जो को पाने समाज trustee है, to share his insights. He has always been inspirational and motivational towards all the samaj activities. Welcome, Dinesh.
મણીથી પહેલા તો મણી કે હરિઓમ આય અને ગઈકાલ રાચો જેરબી ઓનલાઈન નેરે હોની કે ખબર हुंदी કે કાલ जो પ્રોગ્રામ जी शुरुआत કેટલી જબરદસ્ત કઈ વઈ અને કાલ રાચો મોડે સુધી હશે લગભગ 12 વાગે સુધી એ પ્રોગ્રામ્સ મળે ક્યાં અને 7-8 કન્ટ્રીઝ માં જાતી પાંજા એક્સપર્ટ્સ વા જો કોઈ માં કે મળે ગાઈડન્સ દેનો કચ્છી ભાનુશાલી સેવા સમાજ ટ્રસ્ટ છેલ્લા 70 થી 75 વર્ષથી વરેથી પાંજે એજ્યુકેશન ને સમાજ બે એક્ટિવિટીઝ લા કરે ને કરી રહે ને સમાજ જો ઉત્થાન કે પ્રગતિ થઈ વે એનો વડો કારણ है એકડો સમાજ સમાજ શબ્દ આવ્યો સમજતી તો પાંજી સમજ में જાતી સમાજ આવ્યો સમાજ ભેરો થઈને પાલા કરીને કે 1950s થી પાકે વડીલે કે ખબર हुंदी કે પાંજો હોસ્ટેલ વિદ્યાર્થી ગૃહ ને કન્યા છાત્રાલય जो एस्टाब्लिशमेंट क्यों एटला विद्यार्थी भणाया सी छेल्ला मोकला के तो 2000 थी वधु विद्यार्थी हर एक घर में एटले एड़ो ने 20000 घर हुंदा में 50% में एटले 2000 घर में हजी कोई विद्यार्थी के विद्यार्थीनी हॉस्टेल ने बोर्डिंग में जाती हुंदा तो समाज मळे एटलो मळे केने उनके जगह वधारीने 95 में अप्रैल 95 में ओदरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जो हायर एजुकेशन ला करीने एस्टाब्लिशमेंट क्यों श्री दयाराम मावजी कटारिया परिवार तरफथी अने जे नाम देनु तेनी परम पूज्य संत श्री ओदरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन अने त्यारथी जो को टीम शुरुआत थई वो छेल्ला 29-30 वर्षथी सतत एजुकेशन हायर एजुकेशन ला करे ने कोशिश करी रहे हैं स्कॉलरशिप जो पांचो पाके ख्याल हूंदो मड़े करे रहे हैं विद्यार्थी ने के पा स्कॉलरशिप्स दियो था ने छेल्ला 7-8 वरे थी पाने रह्यो के ई बॉस जी जो टीम असी गच वरे थी कोशिश कई थी एक्चुअली पण तेनी एटलो मड़े एक्सपोजर नो पाके इंटरनेट जी कनेक्टिविटी एडी न वही के पोए पर छेल्ला 7 वरे थी सतत पा ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन पा કરી રહ્યા આયું બોસ જો ને પાંજા વિદ્યાર્થી તાર પાકે ખબર બી ન હોતી કે કેટલા વિદ્યાર્થીની કન્ટ્રીઝ में વનીને ભણેતા પણ આપણે બહુ ઓછા જણાવવા ને ઓછી છેલ્લા ક્યારેક ખ્યાલ હોય તો પાકે ખબર ભાઈ કોઈ ચોંધો કે 80 ઘર બહાર અહીં 85 ઘર બહાર અહીં પણ ધીરે ધીરે પાકે અવેરનેસ વધતી ગઈ પાંજા કોન્ટેક્ટ્સ મળે કામ લગા ઇનિશિયલી પાકે ખબર એટલો જ હોય કે ભાઈ અમુક કન્ટ્રીઝ में કે યુકે में અમુક ફેમિલીઝ में यूएस में ને બે હમણે यूएई में वा धीरे धीरे पाके खबर पवंदी वई કે કેટલા કેન નહીં તો છેલ્લા मुके कैलाश चौंधो के 38 के 39 कंट्रीज में भानुशाली है એટલે ભાનુશાલી એર પા આખો મેપ કાઢતા સી તો મેપ માં ત્યાં कैलाश के चौंधो के ओडा पॉइंट मारे के कन कन कंट्रीज में भानुशाली जाई तो माके खबर पे गाने करना 208 के 209 कंट्रीज होनी तो इनमें कन कंट्रीज में भानुशाली ना होगा जी तो जरा जरा जन जन कंट्रीज में भानुशाली तो मेरे पास साथे कनेक्टेड है बॉस लोगो एजुकेशन ला करे तो एडो नहीं एजुकेशन पाछड़ जी जो इंडिया में होता तेरे नहीं के स्टूडेंट्स के कि अब्रॉड वेनो कि एजुकेशन करो यूनिवर्सिटीज शॉर्टलिस्ट करियो वीजा जा इश्यूज एकोमोडेशंस फाइनेंस ये मड़े चीजें जो एडा पा टेक केयर करींदा सी ओते वने पाछड़ लोकल हर एक जरा जरा स्टूडेंट्स बने था ओते लोकल पांजो जो को समाज है अथवा जो को टीम है वो टीम उन्हीं के हेल्प करे थी वो एजुकेशन पाछड़ उन्हीं के जॉब सर्विसेज जो है जो को सेकंड स्टेज हो जाए इनमें तो उनमें ईच टीम हेल्प करी थी बॉस जी जो को टीम है ऐसे અને એન પાછળ ઘણે એસ્ટાબ્લિશમેન્ટ ઘર રહે ઉડ પાછે આખી સાયકલ હલે હતી એટલે પાછળ જો કો પાકે હેતી જો કો સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ વિવો પાવટાથી હું અગિયા વેંદે ઓડા ભણદો ભણે પાછળ પંજો जॉब करींदो ते पाछड़ू घर बनाईंदो पंहिंजो फैमिली बोलाईंदो पेरेंट्स बोलाईंदो इंडिया थी का मैरिज करींदो तो आखी साइकिल जो को भी आई पांच साइकिल हली रही है तो थैंक्स टू बॉस कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट और धर्म एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन ने यहाँ की यंग टीम है नेरे आऊंदा कह टीम जी एवरेज मुझे लगे तो 20+ वाला जी मळे तो आखी टीम ज एडी है कि संभारी था मळे मळे यंग छोकरा संभारी था गई काल आऊं साक्षी के नेरो के जेटलो सरस रीते छेल्ला 7-8 वर्षथी मळे करे ज रह्या पण नवी टीम असां के चिंता हाणे ओછી थी હતી કે અસી કાલ રિટાયર થયો તો અસાं પાછળ સંભારીंदल समाज के संभारींदल समाज एजुकेशन के संभारींदल समाज के अॻियां खणी वञला કરીને पाण वटे पाछળ जी जो को पेटी है इनमें सशक्त है समक्ष ही मळे सक्षम ही मळे पाण वटे ते मळे यंग टीम के पाण वेलकम करी वनी के काई अॻियां जो को प्रोग्राम्स हला रह्यो ई प्रोग्राम्स हलायूं અને એને જ રીચો છેલ્લા 7 વર્ષથી કરી રહ્યા આયો ने अगिया जो प्रोग्राम एनथी भी सारी रीते कर्યું समाज के अगिया कोठे वनला अगिया खणी वनला करे ने जन गति के प्रगति थी स्पीड थी खणी वनो पेस जो कोई वो थोड़ी वधु स्पीड वधे अने वधु जेने में जोड़ा जाए यंगस्टर के खास पांच होता कहीं समाज जे जो को एजुकेशन सिवाय जा ब्या भी जो को प्रोग्राम्स है जो को यूथ के भी यही समाज जे बनी के मिले था तो उन्हीं में भी पांच साथे जोड़ा जी रहे तो समाज के इन्हीं जो को एनी जो को शक्ति हो एनी जो सारी रीते वधु सारी रीते उपयोग कर सको ने आज प्रोग्राम में यूएन जो मॉडल यूएन जो की करे रही एडो मुके चयो के आऊं भी वेने आखो नेरींदो से जो प्रोग्राम सो के कड़ी थे पा करियो था शेडो गवर्नमेंट में घणे बार पा नेरियो था कि भाई गवर्नमेंट बंद थी वो शेडो गवर्नमेंट हुए तो पा रिप्लिकेट करियो के एवर पा मुके ना खबर के गया जो प्रोग्राम्स में कदा जड़ी थे भी विचारिए कि कोई केडा जी गवर्नमेंट यूके जी गवर्नमेंट है तो यूके जी गवर्नमेंट के इंडिया जी गवर्नमेंट के हेते ने पा रिप्लिकेट करियो पांचो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर हुए पांचो होम मिनिस्टर हुए पांचो फॉरेन मिनिस्टर हुए अने पाके खबर होती कि समाज एवर छेल्ला 3 वर्षथी सतत यूपीएससी એટલે सिविल सर्विसेस जो को भी वे उनमें पा गचोरेथी विचारींदा वासी पर छेल्ला 3 वर्षथी पा आयरोली में यूपीएससी जा क्लासेस ट्रेनिंग इन हाउस चालू कई એટલે पांचा जो को भी स्टूडेंट्स અહીં અનવરે ન હોય तो ये स्टूडेंट्स हेते हुई ने पा बेरोज पा वटे अची ने भणे था तो ये अगिया वनी ने समाज के अगिया खणी वेंदा तो पा मड़े कंट्रीब्यूट करियो समाज के एन रीचो जेके जो को समय दे सकतो है को पंजा थॉट्स दे सकतो है तो वो पा मणी के रिक्वेस्ट है यूथ के खास के भाई अने पेरेंट्स के भी है कि अगिया गई काल भी चो कैलाश भाई अज भी कदाच हूंदा कि भाई विदेश वञी कोल्हा भणनो तो पाण एॾा बि भणी सघूं था तो पाण खे इन जो भी खुलासो ॾींदा कि पाण विदेश पाण कच्छ वासी तो मुंबई भणियल आयासीं हाणे मुंबई आहियूं तो पाण न्यूयॉर्क वञूं था कि पोइ यूके वञूं था कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया न्यूज़ीलैंड पोइ रशिया जॉर्जिया नेपाल तो पाण वञूं था भणियल तो समाज के पंहिंजे परिवार के पिंड के परिवार के गाम के समाज के राष्ट्र के नेशन के अॻियां खणी वञो था तो पाण अॻियां भणबो तो महिल पाण खे स्किल्स अची वञूं तो अॻियां चौकस जेर बि हूंदो अॻियां पंहिंजो ई प्रोग्राम में संभालींदो त आऊं अजन प्रोग्राम में आमणी के वेलकम करियां थो अने पाण छेले सुधी जोड़ाई रहो हिन में अॻियां अने पाण समाज के अॻियां वधारियूं। जय हिंगलाज।
थैंक यू दिनेश भाई ऐं बहुत सारी रीते असांखे पूरो ओवरव्यू ॾिना समाज जी एक्टिविटीज़ जो अने समाज जे मोटिवेशन जे वजह थी असांखे ई प्लेटफॉर्म मिलियो आहे अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली आहे असांजी स्किल्स इम्प्रूव करेला अने बेटर ह्यूमन बींग बनेला। ओके सो नाउ आई इनवाइट पंहिंजे सेवा समाज जा यंग डायनामिक महामंत्री डॉक्टर हर्षद मंगे टू शेयर हिज इनसाइट्स।
I used to be young when I didn't have people like you all organizing. तो मूंखे हिकिड़ो चीज ख़राब लगे तो कि पहला असांखे यंग टीम चवंदा हुआ हाणे ही मिड़े अचे था तो यार वी आर लाइक नॉट अ यंग टीम एनीमोर सो आई एम नॉट हैप्पी विद दिस के वी आर नो लॉन्गर यंग। हरिओम मिणी के अने वेलकम टू बॉस 7.0 वेलकम टू द फर्स्ट बॉस जो पंहिंजी पिंड जे भानुशाली वाड़ी में थिए थी। दैट इज अ वेरी प्राउड फीलिंग फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस कि पा पंहिंजे वाड़ी में फर्स्ट बॉस रखूं था। इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग पंहिंजो पहलो बॉस जो प्रोग्राम फिजिकल बॉस SNDT में लाइव केड़ा थियो SNDT के चेंबूर में थियो रोटरी में मिणी थी फर्स्ट थियो। प्रताप भाई नरेश भाई देवर द आई पुश किया हुआ सौथी पहला ही प्रोग्राम के प्रताप भाई जो एकदम ड्रीम हो दिस सो आई वुड लाइक टू गिव क्रेडिट टू दीज पीपल। अने आके बैंक्वेट जी गाल करिया तो आज एड़ा आया हो तो अगर ये बैंक्वेट ना ने रहा तो प्लीज डू विजिट आई एम श्योर घणे जना ओपनिंग में भी हुआ। So yeah, boss 7.0 it is a pleasure and best thing मुझे जो ऑब्जर्व के होते आज जे प्रोग्राम में जून जुलाई अगस्त असांजी टीम जा फेवरेट मंथ्स हैं क्योंकि जून जुलाई अगस्त में बेस्ट असांजे कैटेगराइजेशन में बेस्ट प्रोग्राम्स हुए था। जून में असांजो CGS प्रोग्राम थी है जो करियर गाइडेंस हुए अगेन असी स्टूडेंट्स बेरो इंटरेक्ट करियूं અને જ્યારે પણ સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ થી ઇન્ટરેક્ટ કર્યું 17 year olds 18 year olds 22 year old mark as in no offense if you're not 20 or 22 but 22 23 ही एज ग्रुप जेरो बेरो कोऑर्डिनेट करियूं तो उन्हीं जी एनर्जी कंटेजियस हुए इवन वी फील एनर्जेटिक असां के घणी चीजों सिखेला मिले प्लस एनी जी लैंग्वेज असांजी लैंग्वेज सिमिलर हुए असी भी जेर बोलूं तेर असांजी पूरी खिचड़ी हुए असांजी स्पीच हिंदी भी अची वने ने कच्छी भी अची वने। दिनेश भाई अने नरेश भाई जी स्पीचीस असी सुणू न त असी थोड़ा नर्वस थई वनू एनी एकदम प्योर कच्छी लिंगो हुए अने असांजी तो पूरी खिचड़ी हुए वी हम स्टार्ट करिया इंग्लिश में पो विच में कच्छी अचे पो हिंदी घुसी वने तो जेर जून जुलाई अगस्त मंथ अचे न तो वी आर वेरी कंफर्टेबल बिकॉज असां जाना वॉलंटियर्स हुए वी गेट यंग पीपल लाइक दीस। जून में CGS अचे जुलाई में बॉस अचे अगस्त में BCOC जो अने BCF जो बजट प्रोग्राम अचे सो दीज आर विच इज बाय द वे नेक्स्ट वीक 3rd अगस्त जो बजट जो प्रोग्राम है दिस 3 months आर आवर फेवरेट्स ओके इट एक्चुअली कनेक्ट्स अस विथ अ लॉट ऑफ यंग पीपल अने इट ऑल्सो रिमाइंड्स अस कि पांजी जो समाज है ये ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट में पाके हेल्प करे थी राइट फ्रॉम एजुकेशन। So right from when you are learning and then you decide ke I want to go abroad or I want to go for higher education there paambero samaj हुए थी and then we start earning the samaj paambero there भी guide करी थी कि जरा earn करिंदा how do you save your taxes how do you analyze your budget and पोइ जरा job ला विनो तो then your samaj is there to support you how to get those jobs. Agar a business kar rahe ho to samaj is there to support you. How to prosper in your business. So the good thing about this entire samaj ji jo activity hai, jo seva samaj kare to, is 360-degree development mein help kare to. And the good thing with that is like programs like BOSS helps us to connect with new things. Paake nava areas, navi countries mein vine jo paake guidance mile to, at the same time, it also keeps us connected to our roots. तो पांचो प्रोग्राम हरिओम थी स्टार्ट थी है तो स्तुति थी स्टार्ट थी है तो अने पांचा जो यंगस्टर्स स्पीचेस दिए था वो हरिओम थी स्टार्ट करिए था अने पोए रेवरेंस जो वर्ड यूज करिए था पांचो प्रोग्राम में मॉडल यूनाइटेड नेशंस आई एम वेरी वेरी हैप्पी that Model United Nations जो आज first time initiative दिया तो it is a very very good initiative and that should continue. It's a suggestion to the team. I am happy that आज जे प्रोग्राम में पांचो पिंजो Bhanushali Viransh is there. Where is Viransh? Viransh, I'm very happy that one of the panelists is our own Bhanushali. A big round of applause to that. And so the good thing is जो असांजी जो लैंग्वेज में जो खिचड़ी है ना ही हेयर बॉस जे प्रोग्राम में ही कल्चरल खिचड़ी भी जो थी थी a mix of modern and a mix of old traditions. So keep that in mind. Jere abroad venda, when you will go to different countries, you are representing your country, you are representing your family, you are representing your samaj. You are the samaj when you go abroad. Keep that in mind in the way you conduct yourself, in the way you learn, in the way you behave, because you are representing Bhanushali Samaj. Ahi oda jo asanjo representative ayo, prosper, but at the same time, don't forget your roots. Either if you come back like Kailash did, and he's given back to the community, or wherever you are, see that you don't forget your roots. Give back to the society. Just, contribute in whatever way you can. That is what is a request. For today's program, my request is that I akko program attend karija, ask questions, don't be afraid to clear your doubts, talk to the experts. We have very good experts coming here. The system of BOSS is very robust. जो भी बॉस में वॉलंटियर्स हैं एडा अने अब्रॉड आउं ने रहियो यहाँ ई पर्सनल फैमिली जड़ो टच फैमिली टच जड़ो गाइडेंस करिए था. So you see to it that you use the entire guidance and you definitely, we are Bhanushalis, we will always succeed. I always have very very high optimism for our kids. The नेरीजा के आई ही प्रोग्राम जो full utilization करीजा. So yeah, the name is BOSS. They always work like their name. They always perform like a boss. So I'm very happy to be a part of this initiative and all the best for today's program. Hariom.
Thank you, Arshad Bhai. Both energetic and motivating. So we now move on to the next segment of the event. So we have Viransh Chandra, who's going to be a speaker. So he began his academic journey in India, and now he is studying at the prestigious University of Oxford. He is the second Bhanushali to attend Oxford, and he was also elected as the Secretary's Committee at Oxford Union. So today he will share his journey to Oxford and insights about studying abroad. Also, he is going to chair the MUN event along with Vidhi Bhanushali, who's studying literature and creative writing at the University of Birmingham. She has published a book, Flowing Thoughts, last year in 2023, just at the age of 20. Big round of applause for Vidhi. Also, we have Rajvi Bhanushali, who's doing her master's in business analytics at the University of Fordham, New York, and working as a business analyst as United Nations. A big round of applause for her too. Yeah, so now we have the MUN event and Viransh coming in.
પહેલા તો મળી કે હરિઓમ મુજી કચ્છી પણ થોડી ખીચડી જાય તો આઉં મોસ્ટલી હન ઇવેન્ટ में અને હન ફોલોઈંગ પ્રોસીડિંગ્સ में इंग्लिश में बात करतो my sincerest apologies for that. Spent 2 years abroad, little bit, it's caused a bit of a rust on my Kutchi, but hopefully my English is comprehensible enough. We could just bring up the presentation. So yes, I'm going to do this old school. I'm going to talk about a presentation because this talk that I'm about to do is not about Oxford. It's not about going to a prestigious university. It's not about getting into like a great college. Around you, you have great career counselors that Samaj has partnered up with that can tell you a lot more about that than I could ever. But I think perhaps what I can say is my personal experiences, is my own sort of personal journey, and just as an 18-year-old, what it means to be leaving India, what it means to go from eating your mom's cooking every single day to, well, having to cook your own food and almost burning your hostel down. That happened once. But anyway. So just a little bit about myself is going to be spoken about today. We're going to do some important learnings that I personally picked up in my time at Oxford, at abroad, in the UK, and the just the broad strokes of the British application process. So the buzzword because of which I'm probably here is Oxford. And maybe some of you have heard of it, maybe some of you haven't. And I can throw like 5 statistics on the screen right now. I can throw percentages of employment, of average packages. That to me personally doesn't mean anything. Because I think you can do well wherever you are. But I think the places you go to a great extent, whether you like it or not, are sort of determined by those who came before you. So I think what I'd like to just start off with first is the people that came before me at Oxford. We get the next slide. So also, before we get to that, who am I? I'm currently a third year law student at the University of Oxford. I've just been given the Michael Latner Scholarship, which funds a huge part of my year abroad at the University of Leiden, along with funding from the British government. So I have 2 scholarships, one from the University of Oxford and one from the UK government under the Turing scheme. So coming on to like Oxford itself, this is like a quick list of alumni, people who have studied there. There's Dr. Manmohan Singh, there's Indira Gandhi, there's Raghuram Rajan. I'm sure you can read the list if the screen works, but it does. So yes, these are big names. You know, I go to my libraries sometimes. For example, in St. John's library, there's a big portrait of Dr. Manmohan Singh. And funnily enough, there is not a single book on India in that library. But such are the ironies of the world, you know. Nonetheless, I think that is what going to a good university, going to a prestigious university is about. It's about the people that have had an impact on the world from being from the same space that you are, being taught by the same faculties, reading the same books. In fact, just being in the same space as these people has a certain impact on your mentality, has a certain impact on just how you see the world. And I think one word that I'm going to sort of anchor my entire presentation around, and what becomes very apparent as you spend more time at these places, is the word hope. I think that's what is most important. And I think that's what a lot of us, especially, you know, growing up in India, growing up with the challenges and the problems that we do, forget. We forget to have hope. If you just move on forward, just a bit about Swamiji Krishna Verma. Swamiji Krishna Verma ji was, well, a student at the University of Oxford. He was a student back in 1879. He did his BA from there. And I happen to be the second Bhanushali that has gone to the university. And I hate that. I don't like that because it's been 200 years almost, and we've managed to send 2 of us. Where a lot of people, you know, we have an insane talent pool, and we've got kids far, far, far smarter than I will ever be. And I think they deserve to be here way more than I do. And thanks to Boss and thanks to all the initiatives we are taking today, I can guarantee you in the next 20 years, this number is going to more than double. Thank you so much. There's a lot more to come, not just from me, but from the Samaj as a whole. But just in pure numbers and rankings, to any people who were my age when I applied, this is what you'll be looking at the most. You'll be looking at QS, you'll be looking at THE, these big rankings that rank every single university top to bottom, and then you're going to sit down and compare that, oh, this is number 2, this is number 3, right? Oxford does pretty well on all of these, right? There's a lot of other places that do really well. Back at Oxford, we don't really like Cambridge, so it's down, so we're pretty happy. But otherwise, there's Imperial, there's MIT, there's Stanford, there's Cambridge. There's so many places, right, that are great, that have great faculty, even better alumni. So why did I choose to go to Oxford? Next slide. Maybe skip the slide. Right. So before I leave you on that cliffhanger, just for the people who were around my age when I was applying, what do you need to actually get in? It is surprisingly simple. You'd be surprised how easy it is from a pure procedural perspective. You apply via UCAS. UCAS is a big, broad word. It's just the application system for every UK university. You get to apply to 5 colleges, any ones you want. The only caveat is that it's the same person statement, which is like a 500 to 600 word sort of letter about your intentions. Why do you want to study what you want to study? It's the same reference, right? And for law, we have an entrance exam for Oxford. It's called the NLAT. It's scored out of 42 points, and you need above 30 to get an interview, basically. And then you get an interview at Oxford. Well, hopefully the interview goes well, and you get an offer letter by January. So coming back on to sort of what happened with my own journey, it sort of starts when I was 16. That's what I looked like when I was 16. I know I've gained a lot of weight. It's not fun. But aside from that, this was me at a bunch of debating events. Actually, 3 out of these 3 photos are me at model UNs. What was very interesting about these photos was the fact that I was about anywhere from 16 to 17 in a lot of them. When I was this old, right, and that's a very important time, right? That's when you're in 11th, almost 12th. I wanted to be an engineer. I wanted to do aerospace engineering, and I was very, very passionate about that. And I went about telling the entire world that. Now, here I am, almost a lawyer. It's a pretty funny turnaround. But I think there's an important message here that I just want to pass to everybody, which is sometimes it's okay to not know what you're going to do. It's hard, it's complex. You have 100 different pressures on your head. Maybe sometimes you're not living your own dream, but your parents or your grandparents. And sometimes you won't realize that. And that's okay. It's never too late to just turn around, put your head on what it is you want to do. In fact, this, for the lack of a better word, delusion of mine lasted until 3 months before the Oxford application deadline. Most people start preparing for Oxford about 2 years before the deadline application. And here I was, 3 months left for the Oxford deadline, just now deciding that I even want to do law. So, I do what the average kid my age around that time does. I dig my head in the sand. I, do a quick Google here and there. I read about all I can read, and I send the applications. I chase down my teachers. I find the references. I, turn my subjects around. I do everything it is that's in my power because I'd set a goal that here's where I want to go. But the here was not necessarily Oxford, right? It was the UK. It was international law. One other great university that I'm sure a lot of you have heard of, it's where Shashi Tharoor went, London School of Economics, is where I wanted to apply. Now in my head, right, Oxford might be here, but LSE is right here. Now the thing is, if I want to go to Oxford, and I'm also applying to LSE, my first thought would be, okay, if I get rejected from LSE, there is no chance I'm getting into Oxford. So I prepare an application that I'm pretty sure is going to get into Oxford. And this is what happens. This is my LSE rejection letter. Right here, as you can see. I was actually on a cruise in the middle of, I think, off the coast of Goa when I got this letter. So I had none of my friends around me. I had my family, but I was not exactly in a state to be speaking to them. And imagine this. I haven't heard back anything from Oxford yet. LSE, which I know for a fact is easier to get into than Oxford, sends me a rejection letter. Sometimes that's how life goes, right? Sometimes you wake up, get a bad email, you get a bad score. So I walk around a little bit sad for a couple of weeks, thinking what's going to happen next. And then I get this email. And I know this might be a little bit far to read, but that's my invitation to interview for Oxford, coming in the next week. What this showed me was I had a model set in my head that, okay, the application has to first get through this college, then this college, then this college, a plan that I thought would work. And here the plan was not working, flipped on its head, but still somehow giving me a result. And so then, obviously, this interview that I had never, ever thought I would ever be giving, I sat down and gave. And that's my Oxford offer letter, right there. What this taught me, and I think this is what I want to pass on most before we get into anything else, to anybody, like to everyone here, especially people who are 17, 18, or even later on that are thinking of applying to a good place, to a competitive university. Don't lose hope. You can have a plan. You can put your entire effort of weeks, months, and years behind it. And sometimes it's not going to work out. Sometimes you're going to realize it's the wrong plan. Or sometimes you're going to be quite literally on top of the world. And that's okay. You're 17. If I put 20-year-old Viransh in 17-year-old Viransh's body, and I know it's just 3 years, imagine there are parents sitting next to you who are double your age, I'd be making some stupid decisions. So give yourself that time, give yourself that space. Firstly, and most importantly, to grow and make the right choices. So enough of the sort of rather depressing motivational stuff. Let's actually get to what life is like when you're abroad, when you're at Oxford, when you're at a good place, when you're being taught well. So the question I posed to you earlier, what makes Oxford different? Well, you compare it to the top 5 universities in its class. It's got great faculty, but so does Cambridge. So does every other good university. It's got great sports facilities. Sure, but have you seen US universities? They are massive compared to UK universities. So I always thought, what makes a university like this different? And that's what's most important to realize. It's the people. It's the kind of people you meet and see at Oxford that you will not meet and see anywhere else in the world. And just to take you through a quick lesson through that, we can go on. So this is my matriculation photos. Matriculation in Oxford is a process that happens in your first week at Oxford. It's basically the university saying, hey, you're actually a student here now. So we get these fancy gowns and these fancy motorboards. That's my law class, by the way, over there. Much smarter lawyers than I am, I'll tell you that much. But either way, that's me throwing the cap. So we walk into like an entire room full of people with special gowns, with special suits, with special little bow ties. And the first thought that you have, growing up with the upbringing that you've had, growing up in a suburb in Bombay, never seen a white person in your entire life, and you go there, like, I don't belong here. That's the first thing you tell yourself. And you will tell yourself this when you move abroad for the first time, when you see people you've never met before, when you see people thinking on a scale and a plane that you've never thought people would. But that's what you got to fight. So just the next week after my matriculation, I was picked by a dear friend of mine at the Oxford Union to do an interview of somebody that I, would be beaten up with sticks if I did that interview in India. If we can just play this. So the audio isn't here, yeah? And I would recommend you go onto YouTube and watch this. You have the timestamps. Here is me asking a question that I thought was rather intellectual, that I thought made a lot of sense. What will tend to shock you is the person that I was interviewing, which you will just about see in a few seconds. And yes, I really hope my body language and my ties have improved since then. Yes. And there's a funny story that comes after this, just 35 more seconds of attention at some point. Okay, yes, there. So that's Imran Khan, the Pakistani Prime Minister at the time, who, funnily enough, the next day, the Hindustan Times and the Dawn Karachi somehow print the same newspaper headline, Oxford student questions Imran Khan. And then the PTI themselves read the headline and the video as to what Imran Khan said. The next day, there is a fatwa in Pakistan against Imran Khan. If you just Google the dates, the day after this fatwa, Imran Khan got shot. So I'm not saying I indirectly got the Pakistani Prime Minister shot, but that's for you to fill in the gaps. But yes, oh, that is a weird notification. I don't know why that happened. Anyway, so I had this happen in week 2 of my time at Oxford. And this was at the Oxford Union. And that's when I realized this is my place. This is what I can do. I can ask one question in just the right way, at just the right time, with just the right platform, and just maybe have an impact on the world. And so I ran for the position of secretary at the Oxford Union. It was tough. I was up against who was the great nephew of Lord Mountbatten. So it was a very funny situation. But one more thing about your own history and one more thing about your own culture, as was said earlier. Even in a situation where I was up against this white British guy who everybody would have supported, who was the great grandson of a hero of theirs, I could still stand my ground and say, one of my relatives, somebody whose community I belong to, fought against these guys from this very same place. And that is something you have to always be proud of, where you come from. So I win the election and I start meeting a lot of fun people. So that's Guru Gopal Das, that's the Indian High Commissioner to the UK, Vikram Doraiswamy, that's Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince of Iran. That's Edward Norton, if any of you all have seen Fight Club, that's for a younger audience. But I then also went on to try and represent my country over there. This is the Dave Khan Trophy. The Dave Khan Trophy is a cricket trophy that's done between the Oxford India Society and the Oxford Pakistan Society every year. And I don't know if you can read from here, but the last 5 years, there's only one team that's won, and that's not Pakistan. And I was captain of the India team in 2022, I believe. And right over there, I think they were just about to add 22 Oxford India Society. I went on to work at the Indian Supreme Court in my first year. I clerked with the Solicitor General of India. I gave submissions on the Article 370 case and worked on cases with capital punishment at the age of just turned 19. So it was a lot. I also worked with Akash Banerjee. I don't know if any of you all know him. He's a big YouTube news icon. I wrote some content for him. And this was all in my first year. In the same place that when I walked into, I thought I didn't belong. I thought I was this imposter. I thought I was this fraud that somehow managed to skip around the system. But there I was, flourishing. Further on, I went to work with a lot of really great people at the union. Right over there in that photo, with me in the center right there, are about 15 different nationalities, speaking about 7 different languages, that probably out of which English is the only one that I know. At the same time, that's me with Amish Tripathi. At the same time, it's me with Richard Dawkins, sharing the same platforms as people who are so accomplished and having the ability to speak to them about their own content on my terms. Because that's the Oxford Union, and I'm secretary there. And that's what's most important, I think. It's realizing that no matter where you spend your time and how you spend your time, what's most important will always be the people you spend your time with. And as somebody who was this young, to have an environment like this had a profound impact on just my ability to perceive the world in a slightly different way than somebody my age at that time would have. You can go on. So what I also went on to do was I founded a startup with a friend of mine called the Oxford Leadership Conference. We just had a conference in Dubai this year. We had over 200 attendees with speakers such as Sir Robert Buckland, who was Law and Justice Minister of the UK, with prime ministers from Albania, from Kosovo. And that's not too long ago. You can see I'm the same amount of fat. So that's about like 6 months ago. And I was 20 in that. At the same time, this is me and the Chief Justice of India, Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, who recognized me by, if not by name, at least by face, when he came to Oxford, because I was serving in his court about a year ago. And I was so nervous when I was working in Supreme Court, because here I was working in the same room as Kapil Sibal. I was working in the same room as senior advocates, again, probably the youngest intern at the court that there was. And yet, here was the Chief Justice of India recognizing me halfway across the world, once again on my campus. Also, for those of you that are fans of Suits, that's Harvey Specter, and that's Patrick J. Adams, Mike Ross. Either of you have seen that. I worked with both of these guys as well back at the Union. The photos are horrible, but they were lovely guys. I got to interview some of them as well. I watched Suits when I was, just thinking about being a lawyer. And here I was, less than a year later, picking up photos with these two guys, shaking hands with them. And I've got, well, Gabriel Mark's phone number. But this is not a collectivified, self-glorifying mission. The reason I'm showing you these photos, and also there's, of course, A.R. Rahman over there in the middle, who also came, very, very lovely speaker, I must say. But once again, the reason I'm showing you all of these photos is not a massive self-glorifying mission. I tried to preempt every single happy moment I had at Oxford with all the really sad and bad moments I had when I was there. Because this presentation, this talk, everything that I've spoken to you about now has been about the same keystone corner that I've been speaking about, which is hope. Hope is the most important thing that you can carry when it comes to your future. Because you don't know where you'll be in 2 years. I sure did not know I'd be here giving a speech about where I was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. So keep your options open. Give yourself that time and that space to breathe and understand what to do next. And, as a quick reminder, on the main church at Oxford, St. Mary's Church, which is where, historically they used to do the graduations, etc., etc. There exists a bust of Mahatma Gandhi, because Mahatma Gandhi came to Oxford for the second roundtable conference to negotiate what would happen to India and Pakistan. Right under that church is where I'll graduate in about 2 years' time. And that's what we do at graduation, by the way. We spray each other with champagne. That's called trashing. And that's me, again, at this year's Dev Khan Trophy batting. The reason I put this slide in is because, as with most of you sitting, and seeing, and most of you online as well, I don't know what will happen by the time I get to see these 3 events. I don't know when I'll bat next for the Oxford India Society. I don't know if I'll ever be doused in champagne like my friends. And I don't know if I'll ever graduate under Mahatma Gandhi. But I have hope. And that's all I can aspire. Yeah. Any questions? And also, guys on Zoom, you can type your questions out, they'll forward them on to me. Also, these can be more technical towards the actual application process as well. But feel free to. Wow, either I explained it really well or really badly. Oh, sorry. Yeah? You might.
Very well, basically, that so very well, basically, you talked about the hope. Again, glorifying myself, but so you talked about the hope and the preparation basically for the Oxford, basically, where you said that about 3 months before basically you started. But before that, there is a journey that everybody goes through. We have all gone through, is like lot of career options that we have. We want to do this, we want to do that, as such. But mentally, how did you prepare? One, how did your parents actually prepare you in whatever journey that you had? Like, so you have hope because somewhere or the other, basically, your parents have also given you that hope. You got a leeway. There was this lot of training which would have actually gone even during a normal school days. There were a lot of activities that you would have done possibly. There you would have had your failures, you would have had your successes. So if you can just tell us briefly, how did you basically get this hope? And what was the preparation before that that you did and what your parents did?
Thank you. That's a very nice question. I think that a lot of questions that people have in that period that you talk about, when I want to do this, I want to do that, I also had them for a long time. And I think there are two ways out of it, very often. And that's what my parents often told me, that you can keep questioning and never arrive at an answer. And by the time you come to an answer, you pass the finish line. Or you can be 80% sure about an answer, learn to commit, learn to dip your head down and say, I have made this choice and I'm going to stick by it. Of course, with reasonable room for doubt, and continue and put the effort and time in to push it forward. So with my own personal experience, since the age of 5, I have been told, I was telling people that I want to be an engineer, I want to create rockets. That was my main sort of thing that I tell people. And I never really questioned it, because perhaps that was not something that came in from myself. That was something perhaps my parents would have mentioned in the side somewhere, my grandparents, my other relatives, for example. But I never questioned it. I never sat down and questioned that initial choice. And that led me to making decisions that I personally became rather dissatisfied with as I grew up. Now, what happened after that was, and that's why I showed the Model UN phases quite a bit, is because I randomly, by a friend of mine, got roped into doing a Model UN. And that was my first conference. And in about a time, and that was when I was 16, I believe. And by the time I hit 17, in a year's time, I completed over 25 conferences. Almost like back to back, every other week, I was at a conference in a random school all across Bombay debating. Up to a certain point when I went to government law college at the age of about 16 and a couple of months, and I won their Model UN at GLC while debating with third-year lawyers. And maybe at that point, something struck my mind and said, perhaps your skill set doesn't lie in the actual arithmetic that goes behind science. And perhaps it lies in communicating your ideas to the people that want to listen. And that's when you make a pragmatic choice sometimes. You sit down and you realize, okay, this is what I'm innately good at. This is what perhaps I've subconsciously and silently worked towards most of my life until now. And there is a clear career avenue, there's a clear career pathway through this that brings me fulfillment to a great extent. And when you have that, and it's a privilege to have that, when you have that, you just have to learn to close your eyes, take the leap, dunk your head in the water and commit. And just say, jo hoga dekha jayega.
No, so basically, what was your parents' role basically in that?
Okay, my parents were instrumental. I think it started off, but even very simply. My mother, when I was younger, got taunted a lot by family when she, from a very young age, only spoke to me in English. She was told by family everywhere that he's not going to learn Kutchi, he's not going to learn Hindi, you're going to put him in a weird state wherein he forgets his own culture. And there were pros and cons to that, obviously. I did end up learning Kutchi later, but there was a phase of life when I couldn't speak Kutchi really well. But it was because I spoke English as a first language, basically since I was 2 years old, that I had a certain command over the language that became very instrumental in me applying abroad, in me being even able to understand law. Because this is what I tell kids. Law is to English what physics is to engineering. It's just applied English. It's the applied ability to comprehend and output content. That is what is, in the very simplest form, law, in my opinion. That was one thing, for example. The other thing was my father was very, very, very instrumental in having conversations with me at 2 a.m. in the morning about the most random things in the world. And I think that's how you really train your intellect, being able to argue over the mutest of the mutest points and still somehow walking away with your dignity. As long as you can do that, I think you'd make a great lawyer.
That's really great because, I think that's where I think your mother did very well because I think she taught you English. That's again the most important thing that we generally tend to miss out, particularly actually when we are grooming our kids. So do I. But I think that's where basically the seeds are sown. And I think that's the reason also basically that you are in Oxford. I think I would say that basically your
No, I completely agree.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Any other questions? So currently, I'm pursuing a research project in international tax law, as well as pursuing a further specialization in international commercial arbitration. So hopefully, if everything goes to plan, I would either be working as a tax lawyer in a couple of years. So if somebody gets a call from the Indian Revenue Services, please, I'll leave my LinkedIn on the side. But otherwise, I'll be working with a law firm in alternative dispute resolution.
There's a question from the Zoom which we have. So Lakshmidas Gajra is asking, what is the prep behind the scholarship?
So the scholarship that I've gotten is the Michael Latner Scholarship. The Michael Latner Scholarship is granted on the basis of your first year grades. So that is not something you can prepare for until you are at Oxford. But there are a lot of scholarships, especially at master's and postgraduate level, that you can apply for. And a lot of them are country coded as well. So if you're an Indian citizen, you qualify for a certain amount of scholarships that you would not have otherwise. And most of these are either merit or means based. So what that means is that either there is a certain percentile along in your entrance exam scores, along with a certain requirement in your personal statements, as well as interviews to which a selection committee will select you for the scholarship. Or on the other hand, you have to demonstrate proof that you need the scholarship to be able to come and study at Oxford. And then they grant you scholarships based on merit. Yeah. Right. This was a talk mainly targeted at like 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds. And I'm hearing no questions from them. Anything? All right.
So
No.
just wanted to share more that અહીં અગર YouTube पे search करेंगे ना વિરાંશ ભાનુશાલી तो you will get 1 hour long interview વિરાંશ last year ਅਸੀਂ क्या हुआ पूरी विरांश जी journey like he has shared everything उनकी लाइफ में पेरेंट्स का रोल ग्रैंडफादर ग्रैंडमदर का रोल फैमिली his preparation schooling at NES in Mulund the કેડીતે કરો preparation થયો I think all the parents should definitely watch that interview Viranshu interview so just wanted to share that.
I mean, Uncle's only taken that interview, so he's been a better interviewer than I've been an interviewee. That's what that means. But I'm also here after this talk if you just want to have a quick chat and speak about some things. But if I see no other questions, I think we can move on to the Model UN segment. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to thank you for sharing your incredible journey and your insights. They have truly inspired everyone sitting here. So I would now like to invite Dinesh Bhai Chandra and OEF Chairman Lakshmikant Gajra to felicitate Viransh Bhanushali.
એમુક પગે કરેલા લગે તો સે આંકે છે એન્જા ગ્રેટ ગ્રાન્ડફાધર બટુભાઈ એની વટે હું 1982 में जॉब ते पहली बार लगो से लाइफ से एट द एज ऑफ 14-15 वो इनजे फादर नवीन भाई इनजे ग्रांडफादर नवीन भाई वटे भी आऊं जॉब थे से टिल 88 आऊं जे लॉ ग्रेजुएट थे से 1988 में वो इनजे फादर इते साथे भी आऊं कम क्यों से ये 4th जनरेशन है जो कहूं जे साथे कम करिया तो चार पेटियों समाज में रहो तो वडी चीज ये है कहीं कंजी एटली वडी जर्नी नहीं रह सको था तो હું ફેલિસિટેટ કર્યા એનકે તો હું આકે અસાંજા આકે પરિવાર તરફથી બી કર્યા તો સેવા સમાજ ટ્રસ્ટ ઓધરમ એજ્યુકેશન ફાઉન્ડેશન ને મણી તરફથી આવન કે પા તરફથી એકડો ભેટ ડિયો તવાન કે વિરાંશ આજે ગચમડે જાણા રાજી થીંदा કદાચ નવીનભાઈ એંજા દાડો બાપા वो भी राजी थींदा एनी ॿिया वॾा बापा मंजीभाई जंहिं वटि बि आउं जॉब कयोसीं थोरो टाइम अकाउंट्स नामूं लिखियो सिखियोसीं त जेको बि नेरींदा हूंदा नीलम हूंदी केॾा नीलम हाँ अच्छा इनजी मदर आहे नीलम और केरु पुछंदे न तोई मदर जो नीलम अच मथे थी अच ये असांजी नो आहे नीलम असीं यादि कयो ते ॿ टे जनरेशन्स पंहिंजा संभारी का पाछो थी अच फैमिली थैंक यू ओके की चवणो है
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's very kind from Samaj, very kind from everybody. But I think there's just one thing I still want to emphasize, no matter what, which is I am just your I was just your average 17-year-old. I was doing the same things that you were doing. I was spending the same amount of time on the PS. I was spending the same amount of time on the computer, right? It changed when I wanted to do something. And I think, again, that's what's most important. When you want to do something, especially at that age, I know I'm only 20, I'm not that much older. But when you have that time, when you have that space at a very crucial time, you can make it happen 100%, right? It doesn't take a lot. But moving on to the MUN, there's been great volunteers that have prepared for it throughout. I'll just give you like a quick brief on what model UNs are. You've heard that word thrown around quite a lot today, but I think it's a good idea to just start off with just the basics, right? A model UN, like 101, is just that. It's a simulation of what the United Nations do. I did a lot of model UN before my application period. I think it's a great exercise when you want to work on your debating skills, when you want to work on your skills of just having a conversation with people with a non-hostile outcome. It's a great way to learn more about international law. It's a great way to learn more about international relations. And it's a great way to freshen up your soft skills because you're really marked up on that as well. So, and they happen all the time in Bombay. If you do find me later, I can refer you to some great group chats that will send you invites and links towards great MUNs that happen at most colleges, at most schools, at different levels. So I really think that if you're interested in a humanities or even not in a humanities-based discipline, if you're interested in talking to people, in coming to solutions, in just exploring that side of yourself, model UNs are a great idea. And that's what we're trying to show here. We're trying to give you a quick taster on what these actual debates and these simulations are like. So feel free to watch along. And if you have any questions, raise your hand. I'll pause it and I'll just answer it. Yeah? All right. So if you can just get the rest of the team on board. Right, we've got great volunteers that have come up. We'll be explaining everything through and through. We also need two chairs. Vidhi. Yeah. Right, we also have Vidhi. She'd like to say a few words. She'll be the co-chair with me.
Hello, everyone. Me and Rajvi, we're going to co-chair Viransh while we do this 1 hour, 45 minutes MUN simulation. Come up. We would like to invite our delegates. So we've given them an agenda that they were told to kind of research on and then come up with the policies and the stance that they're given allotted countries what were stand as now. Yeah, you can take ahead. It's fine. Let's start with it.
Yeah. We'll just wait for the guys to sit around. But until then, I'll give you a quick brief on what it is they're doing here. All of the lovely volunteers over here have been assigned a country. So they are sort of representing, they are simulating as if they were a representative representing that country at the UN. And when that happens, there are certain procedures, there's a certain way that debate is conducted at that level, which involves a lot of really important skills when it comes to debating in the right manner. And that's what we are trying to simulate over here. We've assigned every single volunteer a country. They've written their position, their papers, and now we have an agenda at hand that they will tell you about really soon, and they will debate on it. and they'll come to a resolution via the means of a report on an issue. And isn't that what international diplomacy is about? Or isn't that what most of our daily lives are about? Finding the issues and coming to resolutions. And I think this is what an MUN trains you for the most. Yeah. That's it. So just to give you all just a bit of other context, so this is where you have the different delegations sitting. So we have the delegations of the US, of Pakistan, of the UK, of India, and of Russia. Now, this seating is completely incidental. We didn't mean for them to sit here or there, but you can tell a lot by where somebody's sitting, I would say. But either way, right in the middle is what's called the executive board. So the executive board is basically the judges and the conveners of a model UN. So they are the ones that run the committee, they are the ones that mark, and they're the ones through which you speak. Because rule number one in an MUN committee is you're not speaking to each other, you're speaking to the chair. So that's how the debate flows. So enough context, I think we can begin now. So we'll just take our seats really quickly. Good afternoon. Good evening, delegates. Welcome to the United Nations Security Council. So can we do a roll call really quick? Delegates in descending order, please introduce yourself and your country.
Shivam Chandra, delegate of USA.
Vishal Badra, delegate of Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates. Myself, Bhanushali, and today I am going to represent United Kingdom.
Good evening, everyone here. Myself, Dheej Oisha, and I will be representing the Republic of India.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Darshan Bhanushali, and I will be representing the Russian Federation.
All right. Rather comedic timing with the placard, but nonetheless. So delegates, we are now open for motions. Are there any motions on the floor, delegates? Delegation of Pakistan, you've been recognized. What is your motion?
Motion to set the agenda to decide whether APSA should be revoked in Kashmir and analyze its consequences.
Could you please repeat that, delegate? The mic wasn't on.
To decide whether APSA should be revoked in Kashmir and analyze its consequences.
Thank you, delegate. Just for the audience here, what we've now done is we've set the agenda for the committee. And what setting the agenda essentially means is that's the topic of the debate, which is should AFSPA, the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, be removed from Kashmir? Spicy topic. I hope everyone knows a lot about it. But all right, delegates, thank you. We should now vote upon that motion. Delegates in favor of this motion, please raise your placards now. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so all in favor, this motion now passes. We are now in debate. We are now in debate over the motion, should the Armed Forces Special Powers Act be removed from Kashmir? Delegates, we should now be opening up the general speakers list. The general speakers list, for the benefit of the audience, is a list of speakers that continues throughout the debate. It's a general speakers list, so we talk about a wide range of things that come within the ambit of the agenda. So delegates wishing to speak in this general speakers list, please raise your placards now. Delegation of India, followed by the delegation of Pakistan, followed by the delegation of the UK, followed by the delegation of Russia, followed by the delegation of the US. Delegation of India, you have 90 seconds and your time begins now.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, today the delegate of India stands before you to discuss the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, known as AFSPA, a critical piece of legislation that has been important for India's counter-terrorism strategy in regions facing severe security challenges. The Armed Forces Special Powers Act was enacted in 1958 with the primary objective of addressing insurgency and armed rebellion in specific regions of India. Initially applied in the northeastern states, AFSPA has also been extended to Jammu and Kashmir, areas that have witnessed intense insurgent activities and threats to national security. AFSPA Act has helped in many ways to combat terrorism. AFSPA equips with the armed forces with the legal framework to conduct extensive counter-terrorism operations. The special powers granted under the AFSPA allow the armed forces to adapt their strategies to rapidly evolving tactics of terrorist groups. This helps to get the situation under control. The Act supports the creation and maintenance of strong and healthy security infrastructure in conflict zones. This includes establishing checkpoints, conducting searches, and enforcing curfews, all critical measures to prevent terrorist
Delegate,
operations.
your time is up.
Okay, let me conclude.
Please conclude.
Yeah. In conclusion, the delegate of India wants to say that we are committed to the human rights, but also need to ensure the security of our civilians.
Thank you, Delegate. Given the nature of your speech, the chair would like to open the floor to points of information. Are there any points of information by any delegates towards the delegation of India? Delegation of the UK?
So, Honorable Chair, I move to raise a point of information to the Republic of India. What is the necessity of AFSPA in areas where India's position has strengthened and there have been no significant incidents in recent decades?
Delegate, please answer.
We recognize and appreciate the significant improvement in security and strengthening of India's position in these certain regions. But AFSPA acts as a preventive measure for future terrorism activities in a particular area. And we do not want to disturb the peace which we have achieved right now with the help of AFSPA.
Delegate, would you be open to a question from the chair?
Yeah.
Delegate, the AFSPA under Section 3 allows even somebody as a junior commissioned officer, which is the most junior rank in the Indian Armed Forces, to shoot a random civilian and not be court-martialed for it. How exactly is that protecting human rights?
The Indian judiciary does have a provision for it. The personnel can be tried in the court, and if found guilty, he can be punished.
Thank you, Delegate. Okay, thank you, Delegate of India. We shall now be moving on to the next delegate in the GSL, Delegate of Pakistan. You have 90 seconds.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed chairs, and honored guests. Today, Delegate of Pakistan addresses a critical issue affecting human rights and peace in South Asia. The AFSA in Jammu and Kashmir is deeply concerned about the extensive human rights violations occurring under this draconian law. AFSA grants the Indian Armed Force sweeping powers with near total immunity, leading to extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearances, arbitrary detentions, and tortures. These actions, documented by international human rights organizations, violate fundamental human rights and perpetuate a cycle of violence and injustice for decades. The people of Jammu and Kashmir have endured immense suffering. The impunity provided by AFSA contravenes international human rights standards and exacerbates the conflict. Islamic Republic of Pakistan urges the international community to demand the repeal or significant amendment of AFSA to ensure accountability and protect civilian rights. We call upon the Assembly to stand against these human rights abuses and to advocate for justice and peace in Jammu and Kashmir. Let us work together to uphold the principles of human dignity, justice, and rule of law.
Thank you, Delegation of Pakistan. You have 20 seconds to spare. How do you yield your time? Yielding your time is the equivalent of giving your time to someone. You had 90 seconds. You spoke for about 62. So that means you have about 30 seconds to give to somebody else. Who would you like to give it to? The chair, another delegate, or open yourself up to questions or points of information?
Can you please repeat it?
Who would you like to give your time to, delegate?
I would like to give my time to Russia.
Thank you, Delegation of Pakistan. Delegation of Russia, would you accept 20 seconds for a speech?
No, I would like to yield the time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Okay. Delegation of Pakistan, since the time has been yielded to the chair opens the floor up to points of information. Delegates, do you have any questions? Seeing none, I open to a point of information from the chair. Yes, delegation of Russia. Please ask your point of information.
I would like to raise a point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate. A point of personal privilege is a point that you make towards personal discomfort. So if something is affecting you physically, like the AC is too cold, you raise a point of personal privilege. So I'm very curious as to what the point of personal privilege is.
I would like to go and drink some water.
Yes, that is a valid point of personal privilege. Can somebody please get this man some water? Yes.
Making the most out of it.
Very well used. Given that 20 seconds have now elapsed in horseplay, we should now be moving on to the next speaker in the general speakers list, which is the delegation of the United Kingdom. Delegate, you have 90 seconds and your time begins now.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, today we are gathered here to discuss a matter of great importance and sensitivity, that is the Kashmir conflict and the revocation of the Armed Force Special Power Act, imposed since 1958. Representing the United Kingdom, UK wish to outline our position on this crucial matter. The UK advocates for a peaceful resolution to the Kashmir conflict and recognize the historical and political complexity involved and believe that the sustainable peace can only be achieved through constructive dialogue among all stakeholders. The UK believes that security measures must be balanced with international human rights standards. The primary concern today is the impact of ASPA on the civilian population in Kashmir. While we acknowledge India's right to safeguard its security, we must also address the serious human rights issues. Some of the recent reports of abuses linked to this act, like Kunan Pushpara incident, the Sofian encounter case, or the Pulwama incident, are alarming and require our immediate attention. In addition to these points, the UK emphasizes the importance of promoting dialogues between India and Pakistan for addressing the broader Kashmir conflict. The United Kingdom is committed to supporting a resolution that respects both security needs and human
Your
rights.
time is up. Please conclude.
So for the conclusion, we urge India to look into the matter of revocation of ASPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Given the nature of your speech, would you be open to a point of information from the chair?
Yes, sir.
Delegate, given that the Armed Forces Special Powers Act was not in fact written by the Indian Constituent Assembly and is in fact a continuation of British colonial law, do you not think that perhaps the UK has a slight blame in the nature of AFSPA?
I believe that the UK has also self-developed himself, and the Indians are still following that same old rules. So we don't think that the UK is still responsible for this act.
Thank you for the Indians, Delegate. Right. No, 1 minute. Given the nature of discussion, the chair is now open to points and motions. Are there any motions on the floor, delegates? Delegation of the US. Please say a motion.
Honorable Chair, I move to start a moderated caucus on subtopic eco-development of economic development in Kashmir.
Thank you, Delegate. So once again, for the audience, what we have just done here is the word motion means to move the committee into a certain sphere. Until now, we've been doing the general speakers list. We've been talking about general things with regards to the agenda. Now the delegate of the US wants to move it into a specific area, which is the economic development in Kashmir, which is now not a general topic, but a specialized bit of the issue. So he moves the committee via a motion into a moderated caucus, a moderated debate on one caucus, on one body of thought. So that makes a moderated caucus motion. Now, delegate, how many speakers would you like on this?
Sir, I would like all the 5 of the speakers.
How much time per speaker?
Per speaker, 3 minutes.
3 minutes per speaker.
Yes, sir. 15 minutes for all.
Now, a very important thing to remember about democracy is the fact that I, as the chair, cannot shun a motion. It has to be voted upon, unfortunately. Delegates in favor of this motion, please raise your placards now. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. I know who's getting best delegate anyway. Okay. All delegates against, please raise your placards now. Delegation of the UK. With 4:1, the motion passes. Delegates, we are now in a moderated caucus with 5 speakers with 3 minutes each on the topic, the economic development of Kashmir. Delegates wishing to speak on this topic, please raise your placards now. Delegation of the United States of America, delegation of India, delegation of Russia, delegation of Pakistan. Okay, delegation of the United Kingdom, in that order. Starting with 3 minutes, we have the delegation of the United States of America going first on their motion. Delegates, please, you may begin your speech.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, as the delegate of United States, I propose a comprehensive motion to enhance socio-economic development in Kashmir, addressing key issues that contribute to unrest and instability. International development assistance. The US, along with the World Bank and IMF, have provided financial and technical support to India, to infrastructure, road projects, schools, and hospitals. But we can't see the more development in Kashmiri side, as the funds are given, but still nothing is visible. Also, we would like to say that educational and vocational training isn't provided completely to Kashmiris. So this is the reason which creates more terrorism. Also, we can promote tourism. Developing and sustainable tourism in activities can generate revenue and employment, fostering a peaceful climate, which leads to less terrorism and would help to gradual removal of AFSPA. Small and medium enterprise development, providing grants and low interest loan to SMEs will stimulate economic growth and provide jobs to various peoples, which would also provide something that, mostly why the people of Kashmir are turning terrorists because of lack of money, because the terrorists are provided money. So due to this, they do all the illegal activities. So I prefer that we must provide the loans. That means India must provide the loans to them. Thank you.
Delegate, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. How would you like to use your time?
I would like it to give to the chair.
Thank you. Delegate, the chair opens the floor up to points of information. Any delegations with questions, please raise your placards now. Delegation of the UK. Okay, delegation of the UK.
So, as the delegate of the United States of America, constructed that tourism can boost the economy of the Kashmir, but as the ASPA has been already imposed, so it's quite difficult to boost tourism over there, as it's not safe for the people who visit there, and the people are also aren't enough confidence enough to go and have a look at a place where anytime a bomb can blast. So can you just specify how the tourism can be initiated over there?
Delegate, you may please answer.
As a delegate of United Nations, I would like to say that Kashmir is a place full of natural beauty. Due to AFSPA, the security is totally enhanced. I would like to say that if the security is good and it is enhanced, so why not you can withdraw AFSPA and let the tourists roam there, and everything would be good, because tourism develop entire economy of that place. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any more questions on the floor? Delegate, would you be open to a question from the chair?
Sure.
Thank you, Delegate. Given that less than a month ago, after the Indian elections, there was firing by terrorist squads on a Hindu pilgrimage in Jammu and Kashmir, even when AFSPA is still there, how does the delegate expect that even with AFSPA, when tourists go into these areas, they're being shot and killed by militants, that the removal of AFSPA would somehow make it better?
Honorable Chair, I would like to say that for that purpose, the training must be provided to the local policemen and also the civilians that they must not engage in such illegal activities and go on bombing somewhere else.
Where would they bomb somewhere else?
The tourist spots and all
They would bomb
they are-
tourist spots.
they are trying to bomb, and most of terrorist attacks are basically going to Hinduism place where the temples are worshipped, or basically Kedarnath and all, for the people who are going for pilgrimage. So I would like to say that the security must be enhanced there and the training must be provided, because not the terrorists from Pakistan come here, but it's the Indian local Kashmiris who turn into terrorists and do such activities.
Thank you, Delegate. Kedarnath is in Himachal Pradesh. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next speaker, who's the delegation of India. You may please speak. You have 3 minutes.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the Republic of India has made significant strides in fostering economic and social development in Kashmir, supported by a stable security environment under the ASPA Act. Infrastructure projects like the Chennai-Nashri and Jojila tunnels enhance connectivity, while tourism promotion and sustainable practices boost the local economy. Business incentives and skill development programs create jobs, and modern farming techniques improve agricultural productivity. In education, we have upgraded schools and colleges and introduced scholarships to encourage higher learning. Healthcare facilities have been expanded, and special programs target maternal and child health. Social welfare initiates empower women and improve community living standard. ASPA plays a crucial role by ensuring security and stability, which are foundational for development. As the delegate of USA mentioned about increasing tourism, we are promoting tourism, and he also mentioned about attacks being specific to the Hindu community, but at the end the Hindu community too are tourists. So we need to keep the ASPA Act intact for the security of all tourists, not just Hindus or not just specific religion. Ahead, ASPA together, these efforts aim to create a prosperous, stable, and peaceful Kashmir where every citizen can thrive. Also, the abrogation of the Article 370 has created many more job opportunities, and the people now are allowed to create factories and start industries in Kashmir, thus boosting the economy there. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. You have 1 minute and 10 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
I would like to yield it to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points of information on the floor? Delegate, would you be open to a POI from the chair?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Delegate. Given that you speak about the issues of terrorism and how AFSPA is the only way to deal with them, why is AFSPA not put into place in Southeast India, where there are Naxalites, or in West India, in Punjab, where there's a Khalistani separatist threat? Why only in Kashmir?
It's not only in Kashmir, but currently it's in places where there is a foreign influence, the northeastern states where there's an influence of China, or in Kashmir where there's influence from Pakistan.
Thank you, Delegate. Any more questions on the floor, delegates? No responses to what the delegate of India has just said. Delegation of Pakistan. Thank you, Delegate. Moving on to the next speaker. Delegation of Russia.
Yes.
Yes, you have 3 minutes, Delegate, starting now.
Okay, so Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates. So Russia supports the motion for economic development in Kashmir, acknowledging the region's vast potential. However, we must address the complexities surrounding AFSPA. Economic development should be accompanied by the following: gradual reforms to AFSA, enhancing accountability and transparency to the people. Secondly, international monitoring mechanisms should be implemented to ensure that human rights are not infringed. And thirdly, meaningful engagement with local stakeholders, ensuring their concerns are rightfully addressed. Like that is what the government's first need is. And secondly, we, the delegate of Russia, propose first investing in infrastructure, promoting connectivity and access to markets. Then supporting small and medium enterprises, fostering entrepreneurship and job creation programs in the affected area. And then encouraging tourism, showcasing Kashmir's rich cultural heritage. As we know that AFSPA is implemented there. So we can think that the security is on the par, that we can take on tourism to the area. It's the government's responsibility to encourage tourism, like keeping security in the mind. So economic development must be inclusive, benefiting all communities in Kashmir. We must work together to create a stable and prosperous region. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Russia. You have 1.5 minutes left. How would you like to yield your time?
I would like to give it to the chair.
Delegate, would you be open to 2 points of information from the chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate, given the fact that the Russian Federation is currently at war with Ukraine, and the fact that Russia, which had a thriving tourist industry in places like Sochi, is now dead because nobody can transfer money to Russia anymore because of swift sanctions, how is Russia exactly an expert on what to do in Kashmir?
We are not saying that we are an expert. We are just giving our, we are just proposing them. We are not ordering them.
Some proposals are tried best first.
Yes, we'll make sure to keep that in mind.
Thank you, Delegate. Okay, delegates, any other POIs? Nothing. America. Yeah, please don't pick up the Pakistani plug card. Yes, thank you, Delegate. Please ask your POI.
I would like to ask, even if there was AFSPA there, then why would the attack of Pulwama took place? Or even recently the attack which took on the pilgrimage bus, why did it took place? That's my question to delegate of Russia.
Yes, Pulwama and Kasi are in Russia, yeah.
So I refuse to answer that.
That's up to the delegate, sorry. Okay, right. So moving on. Yes, the delegation of Pakistan, you have 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed chair and honored guests. Today, I, delegate of Pakistan, I stand before you to address the critical issue of economic development in Jammu and Kashmir from Islamic Republic of Pakistan's perspective. The region has immense potential for economic growth, yet it remains underdeveloped due to ongoing conflict and restrictive policies. Islamic Republic of Pakistan believes that fostering economic development in Kashmir is essential for peace and prosperity. However, the heavy militarization and implementation of laws like ASPA hinder progress, create an environment of fear and instability. For true economic development, there must be an end to the oppressive measures that stifle local enterprise and restrict investment. We advocate for the lifting of these restrictions and the promotion of policies that encourage trade, tourism, and investment. Islamic Republic of Pakistan envisions a Kashmir where infrastructure is modernized, industries are developed, and educational opportunities are expanded, providing the youth with the skills needed for the competitive global market. Moreover, we emphasize the importance of regional cooperation in harnessing Kashmir's natural resources, such as its hydropower potential, which could benefit both local communities and neighboring regions. Sustainable development projects that respect the environment and empower local populations are key to achieving lasting economic stability. In conclusion, Islamic Republic of Pakistan urges the international community to support initiatives that promote economic development in Kashmir, recognizes that prosperity is a vital component of peace. By addressing the root causes of underdevelopment and fostering a climate of cooperation and growth, we can pave the way for a brighter future for the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you, delegation of Pakistan. You have 1 minute and 10 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
I would like to give to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Are you open to points of information from the chair?
Yes.
Thank you, delegate. A very simple question. The delegation of Pakistan proposed a lot of steps that the government of India could take in Kashmir. Does then the delegation of Pakistan contend that the government of India has a right to Kashmir and Kashmir is India's to work with?
I would like to, I would like to have a meeting with a delegate of Indian to chair, and we would like to discuss on this issue personally.
Delegate, this is a multilateral forum, not a bilateral forum. You may do so on your own time. Thank you. Any other questions, delegates? Delegation of India.
With AFSPA not being in place in Pakistan, why is Pakistan so much underdeveloped?
Okay. Delegation of Pakistan, you may please respond.
As I would not respond on this question.
I believe the response should be there is no law called AFSPA in Pakistan.
No, there is no law of AFSPA in Pakistan.
Thank you, delegate. Moving on to the next speaker, the delegation of the United Kingdom. You now have 3 minutes, starting now.
Honorable Chair, I move to raise a point to end moderated caucus and start with the GSL.
Delegate, that is not in order. Moderated caucuses cannot be ended with points, but with motions. And I did not ask for a point, delegate.
Okay.
You may please start your speech, 3 minutes long.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, as the delegate of the United Kingdom, we propose a targeted motion to enhance social economic development in Kashmir. This initiative aims to address the root causes of unrest and foster a stable, prosperous future for the region. The United Kingdom, in partnership with global financial institutions such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, will provide financial and technical assistance focusing on critical infrastructure projects like roads, schools, hospitals, and telecommunications, thereby improving connectivity and quality of life. We will establish educational and vocational training centers to equip the youth with essential skills for employment in sectors such as technology, healthcare, and tourism, reducing unemployment and steering young people away from insurgent activities. So, these are the things which we are ready to provide to the Indians just for the peace in the Kashmir. Moreover, the UK proposes developing sustainable tourism initiatives that highlight Kashmir's natural beauty and cultural heritage. Tourism can significantly boost revenue, but we will be only proposing this if we get a proper response from the Indian community. Implementing programs focused on women's health, education, and economic participation will empower women, contributing to overall economic development and social stability, ensuring more equitable growth. Promoting sustainable practices will protect Kashmir's natural beauty while supporting economic activities, ensuring long-term prosperity and reliance against environmental changes. Establishing a robust monitoring and evaluation framework will be crucial to track progress and ensure.
Delegate, your time is up. Please conclude.
Yeah. So in here, the UK is proposing a helping hand towards India. So I believe I can get a positive response from the Indian part side as well.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate, you have 20 seconds left. How would you like to yield them? Thank you. Are you open to a point of information from the chair, delegate? Yes. Delegate, given that the current British fiscal deficit is about 7% of its GDP, that its second largest city, Birmingham, has gone bankrupt, that the London City Council can't afford to run its hospitals, why exactly are you offering India aid when you sound like you're in need of some?
As the UK believes, the India is in a great need, and the Kashmiri peoples are in great trouble. And the UK believes in the policy that India follows international human rights policy. So we are ready to help them for the sake of humanity.
Thank you, delegate. Right. Delegates, I am now looking for motions, preferably motions to end debate and go into discussions of our reports. Delegates, delegation of Russia, what is your motion?
The delegate of Russia raises the motion to close the debate and go through the GSL.
Delegate, you mean close the debate and go to report?
Go through the GSL.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Okay, just a bit of a quick explainer to the audience. What has just happened here is that we went into this moderated caucus, right? We moved into a certain bit of the debate. Now we had 5 speakers. 5 speakers are all now done speaking. So now the debate automatically reverts back to the general speakers list whenever a motion elapses. Therefore, there is no need for such a motion to go back to the GSL. It is automatic. Clear? Thank you. Yes. Delegation of Russia, do you still have a motion would you like to propose? Then delegate, you are up on the general speakers list. You may please start. You have 90 seconds.
So, Honorable Chair and delegates, so I would like to say that the Russian Federation has enjoyed close bilateral ties with India since its independence in 1947. We have formed a strategic relationship. This diplomatic unity was further strengthened with both nations' shared military ideals as well as their economic policies. Russia and India both consider their mutual affinity to be a special and privileged strategic partnership. Traditionally, the Indo-Russian strategic partnership has been built on 5 major components, one of which is anti-terrorism cooperation. Historically, Russia, as we know, there have been so many terrorist attacks and insurgency in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. So for the chair, I would like to keep some data. On the 10th of June 2024, a pilgrim bus traveling through the area of Rizi district of Jammu and Kashmir was attacked by terrorists, which led to the killing of 9 people and injuring more than 30. Secondly, 14 terrorist attacks have occurred in less than last 2 months. This is not a small number. And in the last 24 years, more than 41,000 people have lost their lives due to insurgency in the Jammu Kashmir area.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate, your time has now elapsed. In the interest of brevity and time, the chair is now moving to enter into a motion to end debate. Delegates in favor of this motion, please raise your placards now. Thank you, delegates. That's all placards up. Yes. So debate has officially ended. I presume you have written your reports, and those reports should now be given to the co-chair. They'll be used in marking. So before we move on to anything else, guys, can we first have a round of applause for the volunteers? As much as I have made fun of them in slight and subtle ways, they still had the guts and the bravado to come here and do this entire performance in front of 100 people, and that takes some brevity. Thank you.
I'd like to include that none of these volunteers have done MUNs before, so it was their first time, and I think they did absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and the delegate of India, he just joined us like 2 hours before the event. So he did his research in those 2 hours. So yeah, I mean, special mention, yeah.
So, and we could have very easily, phoned up all of our friends who've done great MUNs before and have them come here and give you very fiery speeches that would have grasped your attention. But there's a reason we did it like this. There's a reason we took volunteers from the attendees. It's to show you how just in one session, MUNs usually last 2 whole days. In one session of 1 hour, how much your debating skills can improve when you're faced with the right audience and when you're faced with the right questions. That was the point of this session and the first boss MUN. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. I'm taking your leave now. You've been a lovely audience. I hope. Oh no, sorry, my bad. I hope I was entertaining enough to listen to for about an hour and a half. If I wasn't, I'll be round around the corner where you can take it up with me in person. Thank you.
So first, Bhanushali MUN, Viransh himself conducting very super moment. So Viransh, the parents are saying, I would like them to join on the stage with Viransh. And एकड़ो 5 delegates आते हैं center में अच्छी हो ना एक group picture निकालते हैं. That will be lovely. Please. A huge round of applause for Viransh's parents, please. And I also request Dinesh Bhai Chandra to join along with Shri Lakshmikant Bhai Gajra. So this is a remarkable moment. Korela kare, क्योंकि भानुशाली MUN, Model United Nations, ही जो को concept idea विरांश जो वो, पर लगभग. Hello. Viransh sisters, please join on stage. huge round of applause for Viransh family. એકડો વરે જોનો ઈ પૂરો આઈડિયા હો અને કેડી તે કરે જો કોરો કરે જો કડેક તા शुरुआत માં કે કરनी હોય આઈડિયા સિમ્પલ ही वो if you see like I really enjoyed Russia guy but everybody debate skills કેડી તે એંજા જોકો રૂલ્સ મેડે ફોલો કરે જા and MUN અને હેન પ્રમાણે જો this is the simulation અજ કરો वो simulation वो પણ ઈ actual में थिए तो એટલે પા ઈ જોકો મેસેજ આ ના से पांजा भानुशाली फैमिलीज वटे पा खणी वनु અને જો કોઈ બી સ્ટુડન્ટ what is the age 9th grade થી શરૂ કરી શકા છે 8th grade થી શરૂ થઈ શકે એટલે આજા જેટલા બી ફેમિલી માં મળે કે પા એમ્યુન લા કરે એન્કરેજ કર્યો huge round of applause for entire team Viransh Bhanushali Viransh Chandra's parents and sister all the delegates co-chairs Rajvi and Vidhi not sister Fui Viranji Fui yeah and Fui actually અહીં की केकड़ो message भी please दीजा विरांश ला करे yeah family जो message
I'm very as good as he's on the stage. I'm that bad. But yes, thank you so much for listening to him. I've been listening to him for last 22 years now. So you bared him for an hour and a half. But I'm really proud of him. I really, especially my father. I wish he was here witnessing this. But yes, I'm sure he's listening to us on the internet. And I really thank everyone for coming here. I'm really proud of Boss for what they've been doing for our community. And I see a lot of bright students and a bright Bhanushali future. So thank you, everyone. And Neelam, you want to have a word?
Oh, thank you, Viransh. And I'm proud of you, as always. Thank you so much.
From here.
So we'll do a felicitation of the delegates.
Yes, please. Yeah, we'll also have certificates and a nice little bouquet sent out to you. Don't worry. Yes. You can add it to the CV. Don't worry. Yeah.
Ready?
So following the wonderful MUN event, I hope you all understand the importance of skills such as public speaking, critical thinking, and diplomacy. So MUN is not just a simulating and educational experience, but universities highly value it as an extracurricular activity. So once again, a big round of applause. And now I'd like to invite Lakshmikant Gajra, OEF chairman, to felicitate all the delegates.
અને મણેલા કરે જોરદાર તાળી હોણી ખપે કે ઈ લોકો પા મણે વાજી જી લોકો registered participant નહીં અને they volunteered to be part of Model United Nations. So thank you so much all the delegates. I now request Lakshmikant Bhai Gajra, chairman of Param Pujya Sant Shri Odhoram Education Foundation, to share about his vision for education and more towards Model United Nations જેડા જો કો નવા પ્રયોગ લા કરે લક્ષ્મીકાંત ભાઈ ગજરા he is the first one to support કે he maximum એડા program પાંજે ભાનુશાલી community में થીણા ખપે. So લક્ષ્મીકાંત ભાઈ ગજરા.
હરિઓમ મણિકે શ્રી કચ્છી ભાનુશાલી સેવા સમાજ ટ્રસ્ટ અંતર્ગત પરમ પૂજ્ય સંત શ્રી ઓધરામ એજ્યુકેશન ફાઉન્ડેશન જે કે પા ઓઈએફ તરીકે ઓળખું તા છેલ્લા 28 વર્ષથી એજ્યુકેશન જે ફિલ્ડ में નોટ ઓનલી ઇન એજ્યુકેશન यूथ रिलेटेड अलग अलग एक्टिविटी में पण अलग अलग प्रयोग કરીને કે સર્વાંગી વિકાસ કી થયા યુવાન જો અને તેલા કરે પ્રયત્નશીલ હે તો હું કે રૂઝવેલ્ટ जो हिकिड़ो सेइंग याद अचे थो કે वी कैन नॉट बिल्ड ब्राइट फ्यूचर फॉर एवरी यूथ but definitely we can build a youth
for a bright future. તો ઈ સમાજ જો થીમ હે અને અંતિમતે જ આખો સમાજ કાર્યશીલ હે. કેટલી વાર અસાंखे બે સમાજ जा પૂછે था कि आजो समाज एटलो बड़े एक्टिव की है, एटली बड़ी प्रवृत्ति की थी थियो असांजो जो कैलेंडर नेरींदा OEF जो ने कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट जो तो इट इज કેટલી વાર લાગે એટલો બડે કમ की થઈ શકે तो ते पुटिया जी जे भावना है कि आई एम भानुशाली बिकॉज वी आर भानुशाली. હું આવું અહીંયા સમાજ જે કારણે અહીંયા હું જો અસ્તિત્વ સમાજ જે કારણે અને સમાજ જો અસ્તિત્વ દેશ જે કારણે. તો ही એકડી જે ભાવના હંમેશા મને વોલેન્ટિયર્સ में વહેતી અને હન હિસાબે જ્યારે ਅਸੀਂ નવા નવા પ્રયોગ जी ચર્ચા थी है સારો એવો ડિસ્કશન थी है અને આવું તો ઇન્વાઇટ કહીદો છે કેટલી વાર આમણી કે કેટલી વાર અહીં ઈચ્છા આજી વતાયો તો અહીં ઝૂમ તે અસાंजी मीटिंगूं જે यंगस्टर्स અહીં એ जो ग्रुप में अटेंड करी है ताके हिकिड़ो नई दिशा मिलंदी कि ई जे यंग टीम है કેટલો પ્રોફેશનલી हिकिड़े हिकिड़े पॉइंट जे छाणावट करिए था અને પોઈ જ અંજો આયોજન કરે में अचे थो. हिकिड़ो सिंपल एग्जाम्पल आवां के ॾियां. असीं घणे जरा विविध उपक्रम कया आहिनि. भानु एस जो जर विचार मन में आयो पंहिंजा हितेश जोईसर हिकिड़ो ज़हर सुधी IPS ऐं IS UPSC क्रैक कयो नो ત્યારે ਅਸੀਂ બે સમાજ જે વડીલ વા જે उन्हीं के मिलियासीं बे समाज जे सृष्टि के तो असांखे लॻो कि कॾहिं पाण चीज में पाछड़ आहियूं. थोड़ी घणी उदासीनता है पंहिंजे समाज में तो पाण ई को उनके एक्सप्लोर न करियूं. तो हिकिड़ी योगानुयोग के समाज ते उदाराम बापा जी कृपा है मां इंगलाज जी कृपा है कि असांखे अहिड़ो वर्ग एडवाइज़र मिलंदा विया અને ਅਸੀਂ जो रोड मैप बनायो. आज पंहिंजा कटला युवान छोकरा छोकरियूं जे वो GPSC क्लियर कयो नो क्रैक कयो नो. आज UPSC में पण पंहिंजे हॉस्टल जे छोकरो वोकरो से प्रीलिम क्रैक कने हाणे मेन जी तैयारी करी रहियो है. प्रीलिम क्रैक करणु बहुत डिफिकल्ट वे तो 15 लाख थी 20 लाख एप्लाई करिए था UPSC एग्जाम ला करे जॉइन थिए था अने हार्डली 4 થી 5 लाख मेन ला करे सेलेक्ट थिए था. तो पांजो ही छोकरो ओकरो मेन ला तैयारी करी रहियो है. हिकड़ी दिशा मिली रही है कि पण पांजो समाज पण अन चीज में आगळ वधी सके तो एटलो टैलेंट है पांजे में छोकरा आटली मेहनत करिए था. तो OEF के हमेशा कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट जो सपोर्ट रहो है. विजन है समाज के जे सृष्टि यानी गया अने असांजी इच्छा ये है कि जे युवान वर्ग है इनमें जोड़ांदो वने. 7 वरे जी बॉस जी यात्रा थी 7 वरे थया અને 7 વર્ષથી પાસ શરૂઆત કરી. આજ બોસ એટલો વડો નેટવર્ક ઊભો કેને ભાનુશાલી જો થ્રુ આઉટ ગ્લોબલ નેટવર્ક અને એકડી ચીજ માર્ક કરી જઈ રહી है જ્યારે જો નેટવર્ક વધે તો ને ત્યારે જો નેટવર્થ વધે તો અને ઈ શક્ય બન્યો है. આજ દરેક ઠેકાણે પાંજો પાંગ્યાથી એને માર્ગદર્શન ગણી રહ્યા કે કઈ રીતે કરી રહ્યા આયો એટલો કે વડો સમાજ ના પાંજો પણ वो लोग ने अचीने चेता कि असांखे पण मार्गदर्शन ॾियो कि एजुकेशन जे फील्ड में अथवा तो अहीं जे एटली बड़ी प्रवृत्ति करी रहा है उनमें असीं कोन करी सघूं था असांखे मार्गदर्शन ॾियो. तो थैंक्स टू द यंग टीम अने आई अहिड़ा बड़े आव्या जो मनी जो खूब खूब आभार. भविष्य में आ तरफथी अहिड़े सहकार जी अपेक्षा आ तरफथी कोई अहिड़ा सूचन पण वे से पण आवकारे आई Thank you. Thank you very much.
થેન્ક યુ લક્ષ્મીકાંત અંકલ. OEF લા કરીને એની જો વિઝન હંમેશાથી વડો રહ્યો आहे. ઈ વેલ્યુ એડ્યુકેશન અને સ્કિલ એડ્યુકેશન તે હંમેશાથી ફોકસ કયોનો. એડ્યુકેશન જે રિલેટેડ જેટલા પણ ડિફરન્ટ આઈડિયાઝ અહીં પણ કે એલકે અંકલથી હંમેશા મિલ્યા અહીં. થેન્ક યુ. તો હાણે પા એગ્યા વધુ તો our next speaker is Robert Adams. So he's an influencer and is someone who has made a significant impact in the world of international education and career guidance. He's the founder of Chai and Coaching, where he helps Indian international students land amazing jobs in America. With 15 years of experience in working, researching, and training cross-culturally, he has a vast experience in Indian and Eastern culture, communication, and spirituality. So today he's going to cover crucial topics such as scholarships, visa interviews, job search strategies, including OPT, CPT. So please join me in welcoming our esteemed speaker. So he'll be online with us. Robert, over to you. Can you hear us? Unmute yourself. You're on mute.
There we go. It was locked on my mute. So, greetings, everybody. Good evening there in India. I'm here in Dallas, Texas, and so excited to be joining you from the other side of the world. I'm going to pull up my slides here really quick. All right. Am I audible and visible for everybody? Can you guys give me thumbs up there in the audience if it all looks and sounds good? Okay, great. Well, I'm excited to help you guys in your study abroad journey. With Chai and Coaching, our resources are kind of A to Z, helping you to go abroad, study, immigration, get your jobs and careers. And I'm going to hit a few of those really important highlights in this session. So I grew up in several different states in America, in California, Colorado, Nebraska. I studied petroleum engineering in college. And when I was in college, I had some priority pivots in my life and some changes, which actually led me to go to India. And I worked in India for 8 years in 3 different cities. I stayed in Hyderabad, Delhi, Bangalore, doing cross-cultural training and consulting and research. Traveled all over India. I've been to Mumbai a couple times as well. And then in 2016, our family came back to the States. You can see there, when my daughters were young, we gave them Namkaran, Indian traditional naming ceremonies. So we really learned and tried to adapt a lot of the Indian culture to our lives while we were working there as well. And I'm very lucky. I've been able to travel to about 30 different countries around the world, experience lots of different cultures. And then when we came to Dallas, we learned about the vibrant international community, many Indian students studying here. And so our family started volunteering at the college. And we saw lots of students struggling, not knowing how to adapt to America, not knowing how to get jobs. And that's what inspired me and some friends to start Chai and Coaching, which helps students to find success on their journeys abroad here in America. And so I love that while my main job is consulting and training, we love getting to help out the student community and be part of a support system for them here in the States. So the first topic I want to cover with you guys today is shortlisting your college admits. Again, America and India is very different, and so priorities are different. And a lot of the decision factors that students in Asia are making to choose colleges are actually very different than how people are choosing their colleges here in America. So when it comes to college ranking, I think a lot of people think that's the most important thing. I've got to get in a top-ranked college. I know rankings in India is very important, whether it's your marks in your school or your college, you know, the name brand, that is very important in India, but not so much in America, actually. Like if you get into a top 10 college, you know, like an Ivy League or something like that, that might help you a little bit. But other than that, like the top 150 colleges in America are all awesome. They're all good. And so the college ranking is actually less important. It might make you feel better, but it's not actually going to help impact your job search that much. And so don't fret, don't worry too much about the college ranking as some people do. Another factor is the location. Again, most international students try and choose a location because they think it's going to help them to get a job for some reason. But again, Americans, they don't think this way. They don't choose a college location based on thinking it'll help them get a job. Again, I'll talk about it later, but most jobs in America come from networking, not based on where you live, especially with so much happening online now. So a lot of colleges are more in smaller college towns, and that's okay, and you're still going to be able to get jobs. You don't have to be in a big urban city to study and get a job in America. I would say personally for me, the most important factor to consider is the degree ranking. So not the college ranking, but the degree ranking or program ranking. This is the most important factor. This is where you're going to get the most value because this is where you're going to have the most impact. This is where the education comes from. This is the professors, the research, the opportunities, the facilities, that kind of recognition, that kind of alumni. That's what's going to help you most find success and then also get a job is the degree ranking. So that's where the most research and emphasis should be done on your shortlisting. And then again, what's the cost going to be? You know, how much is the tuition? Are you going to get any scholarships? You know, how much do you have to pay out of pocket for your studies? That is an important question, as long as the cost of living. You know, some places are very cheap in America, where maybe you have $500 to $600 a month for monthly expenses in a small town. But in big cities, you know, especially on the West Coast or East Coast, easily having $1,500, $2,000 a month in expenses. And so the cost of living is a big factor to consider. And then just like India, America is a huge country, lots of different geography and landscape, you know, and so that's something to think about. Do you want to live near a beach, in a big city, in a small town, near forests, mountains, desert, farmland? You know, we've got very hot summers down south, very cold weather in the winter up north. And so thinking about the weather, the landscape, most people don't really consider that and can be a surprise for them. And then also the campus culture. You know, some universities have lots of international students and you're going to feel like you're right back in India. And some universities have less international students and you're going to get more exposure to America and Americans. And some universities have culture groups like an Indian Student Association, and that provides a great support group. So these are all important factors to consider. And for you, you have to prioritize which one of these things is most important to you to figure out how you want to shortlist your college admits. Next is scholarships. A lot of universities provide scholarships in America. Mostly are going to be found in bachelor's and PhD compared to master's. It's a little bit more difficult to get master's scholarships, but not impossible. It's still very possible. And there's a lot of different varieties to look for. The college, you know, a lot of them are going to be academic or merit-based. Again, this is going to come from your admit profile, your GPA, your test scores, your leadership positions. things like athletics or extracurricular activities. And so these is the general academic scholarships that you can get from the university. And again, you can easily go online to the college website and find these and see what you can apply to before you go, while you're applying to the college. There's even departmental scholarships, more niched or focused based on your degree program, some grant or something like that as well. So when I was in college, I had some academic scholarships. I had some departmental scholarships from my petroleum engineering department. And then I also had music scholarships because I participated in the music band. And so I was able to get 3 different types of scholarships when I was in college here in America. There's also industry scholarships that certain companies might provide, either from your home country or in the US. There's sometimes contests that you can apply for. Whether it's a technical contest or competition or a written contest, and you can earn scholarships. There's societies, clubs, organizations that also provide a lot of scholarships for students. Sometimes even your government in your home country might provide them for students who are going abroad to help support them. And then there's in America also a lot of scholarships for people in minority groups, whether it's based on your race, if you have a handicap or disability, if you're a First Nations Indigenous person. So lots and tons of opportunities for a variety of scholarships. And then you can even get them after you arrive. So if you don't start with a scholarship, you can even get one maybe later on as well. On campus, jobs, if you get like a TA/RA job, sometimes those get you scholarships. If you get a good enough GPA or leadership position as well, you can even pick up scholarships while you're studying in America and apply those to your future tuition, which is exciting. Probably the trickiest part for a lot of people in their journey is even if you get admitted into a good university, you have to crack the visa interview. And this is not guaranteed at all. Visa interviews are very subjective. It's not a formula. It happens very different every time. And it's really on the judgment of the visa officer. What's most important about these is it's your soft skills. It's how you communicate. Just the facts about your situation aren't going to be enough to convince the visa officer. And really, 25 to 30%, a quarter to a third of them might get rejected. And so this is not a guarantee. Last year there was record rejections. And so even if you have a good profile, you have to know that it's possible. So being prepared, being confident is really, really important. And so confidence comes with practice, recommending you to do mock interviews. If you are nervous, stuttering, not making eye contact, not having good complete sentences, kind of stumbling upon yourself, that'll be a red flag for the visa officer to maybe reject you. So I say the perfect kind of format in a conversation and a short visa interview, and again, it might just be a couple minutes long, is to tell your story. Highlight your past, your present, and your future. Where have you been? What are you doing now? And what are your plans upcoming? Because telling your story is important, it means it's not about the documents. Most visa officers aren't even going to look at your documents. And so most people think it's the documents that's going to get them the visa. And really, your college and your admit profile don't really impact the visa interview as well. It's going to be more about how you tell your story and how you make it make sense to the visa officer. Sadly, it's you're guilty until proven innocent. It's kind of opposite of the legal system, but it's your job to convince them that what you're doing makes sense, that there's no red flags, that you're not planning to break the rules of your visa. If you're on a non-immigrant visa, which is the student ones, you don't want to have any immigrant intent. And then again, clear communication is so important. You want to sound natural, comfortable. You have to have good English. Not just short one-word answers, but complete, thought out, thorough answers, not rambling on and on, but you're having a normal conversation. And that's what the visa officer wants to have. And then the last thing is, again, you want to emphasize your home ties. Student visas are a non-immigrant visa. Even if you hope to stay in America for a while, or maybe get different types of visas later on, at the student visa interview, it's your job to convince them that you're planning to go back home. You're going to study, get some work experience, and then go back home for XYZ reasons. And that's what they're really looking for. If they don't feel confident about that, and there's any gray area, they're going to reject you. And so it's really important to get practice. We have a lot of great resources on the YouTube channel to help you practice for your visa interviews and know what to do and what not to do. So I highly recommend that. Okay, let's talk a little bit about American culture. America is not Hollywood. I think, people see movies, Instagram, and thinks that's what America is going to be like. So it doesn't matter whether The Office or Friends is your favorite TV show, but it's not going to be like that. Just like how Bollywood movies are not real life in India. Just because you've watched TV shows, just because you've watched American movies, just because you watch and listen to our music and watch our sports doesn't mean that you understand American culture. One of my favorite movies is Three Idiots, American, studying at university, and there's the song, Zooby Dooby Zooby Dooby, and they're there dancing in the monsoon rain again, or in the bathroom there at the hostel, all is well, having the dance party in the bathroom. But again, that's not real life in India. People don't think that Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, Rajinikanth movies are real life in India, so therefore American movies are not real life in America. And so that's an important perspective to have. And also, America is culturally isolated. There's a lot of geographic separation, You've got Canada and Mexico on top and below of America, but besides that, there's these two huge oceans. So much of the rest of the world is closely interconnected geographically. So most of the other parts of the world encounter other cultures, but Americans don't. Most Americans have not traveled out of America, and a lot of Americans don't know how to view the world from other people's perspective. And so Americans typically view the US at the center, like this map. And so if you come to America, one helpful expectation is that you need to be able to conform and adapt to America. And that was the tradition of many early immigration, kind of the manifest destiny. We're going to contribute and be a part of the American dream. But a lot of modern immigration in the last few decades, it's more about taking advantage of the American dream without adapting and integrating culturally. It's more just taking advantage of the economic opportunities of America while sticking in your little bubble. And so while you want to come to America and bring and add and bring your culture as well, you want to contribute and give back and be a part of the opportunities that America gives. So come to contribute and not just selfishly exploit when you come to America. And also, America is very culturally different. This is called the Lewis model, a culture map. And whenever you look at culture maps or cultural spectrums, what you're going to notice is that America and India, or North America and South Asia, are on complete opposite sides. So America and India are the two most opposite cultures in the world. It doesn't mean one is better. It just means that they're both very different. And so this means lots of opportunities for miscommunication, for frustration, for misunderstanding. And so it's really important to expect things to be different. The way you do things at your home is going to be completely opposite in America. I've had new students tell me that their first couple weeks in America, they had no idea what's been going on. And it took them a couple months to feel comfortable and figure out how things work. And that was like us in India as well. When we first got to India, learning to adjust, how you shop in the market is different. How you drive on the roads is different. Hospitality in the homes are very different. Everything is different. And so it's our job as someone who's going someplace else to adjust. And so you're going to spend your whole first semester adjusting, learning. There's going to be excitement and highs and lots of fun. And then typically sometime after that first semester is when the culture shock hits. And then you kind of crash and are missing home and are frustrated. And then eventually you kind of find a balanced place. So you kind of have a go up, you go down, and then you find a happy medium in learning to adjust and living in a different place, a different culture. And everyone goes through this when you go abroad. And the further away your culture is, the harder the adjustment's going to be, and the bigger the culture shock's going to be. So you guys need to mentally prepare yourselves for that. But thankfully, most Americans are friendly. This shocks a lot of students. You know, Americans are going to greet you. They're going to do small talk, you know, and just say, hey, how's it going? Or good morning. You know, they'll smile and talk to you on the streets or in the shops or on the bus. There's a lot of politeness. Americans like to chit chat with strangers, and that's just kind of part of American culture. And so, yeah, it's something that kind of shocks students that is maybe not normal in your home country or home culture. So Americans, they're very friendly, but they're not necessarily looking for new friends. They're not looking for you to be their new best friend. They're just being polite to you as a stranger. While many Eastern and Asian cultures don't always seem polite from a Western perspective, you know, or as friendly to Americans, but in Asian cultures, like in India, you guys are much more better and deeper with relationships. And, you know, once you're a friend, you're going to be a deep friend for life. And so friendships are very different between Asia and America. But in general, most Americans are very friendly, very welcoming, and you're going to have a very positive experience. Don't let all the things that you see in the news headlines and stuff freak you out. Another unique thing is Americans are very independent. There's a show that's famous called Fixer Upper about people who do home remodeling, but America has a DIY, do-it-yourself culture. Americans take pride in doing their own work, you know, because in America it's very expensive to pay other people to do things. So in America, the goal of the family is to raise kids to be independent, to raise them so when they go to college, they'll be out of the house, launched out to be successful adults, that they can stand on their 2 feet and provide for themselves. And that's the of value in American culture. And so you're the one who's providing for your own well-being. You save for your retirement. Americans value self-sufficiency. Americans don't like depending on other people. And so it's very opposite of Eastern dependent communal cultures. In a lot of Asian cultures, many things you don't do yourself. There's always someone else who can do it for you. And actually, I miss that a lot from working in India. You know, it was a common thing for Indian uncles to ask me and say, Rob, you know, why do American parents not love their kids and kick them out of the house? And I can see how from an Indian perspective, it seems like that happens in America. But again, that's not meaning that American parents don't love their kids and people are less, but it's more just a cultural value difference. Instead of joint family dependent living, American culture is more nuclear family and independent living. And so we value being independent people. And that's the big shock coming to America is you're going to have to learn to be independent. You're going to have to cook your own food, wash your own clothes, do your own shopping, you know, clean your own house, where maybe you've never done that in your whole 20, 30 years of life. You're going to learn to be independent if you want to survive in America. And with independence comes individuality. Americans are individuals and we value standing out. You know, our country was founded on rebelling against and defeating the largest empire in the world. You guys and us, we share in, you know, independence from Great Britain. But Americans, we have this rebel mentality. We celebrate individual diverse expression. So to us, conforming and blending in is bad. But success is to stand out and be different. And this can be hard for many international students because in Asian cultures, it's about conformity, harmony, you know, bringing honor, preventing shame. But in America, it's all about standing out, being a unique individual. I know in a lot of Asian cultures, it's more your parents that will kind of choose or guide your career path, whether you be a doctor, an engineer, a lawyer. But in America, it's more about you doing you. You define your path, your destiny, not so much your family or community. And so Americans, we have this 4-letter word that most of the world doesn't use called mine. You know, we have this sense of things belong to me. So in America, we have a lot more personal space. compared to Asia. You know, when we order food at the restaurant, it's my food. It's not for sharing at the table. And so you're going to have to, again, learn that Americans operate very individually, and that can be a tough adjustment, and learning how to adapt and thrive in American culture. So this is something to be aware of and ask your friends about. And one more cultural tip is just Americans are very involved, very active. We do more outside of our work and studies. Americans, they have hobbies, whether it's sports, music, art, reading, writing, nature, travel. I know in a lot of Asian cultures, it's more all your time is spent studying or all your time is spent working. But in America, you have more free time. In college, you have more free time when you're working. And so Americans are very active. And this is a great way to get to know people, to get involved in the culture, to build friendships, to adapt, to have work-life balance. And so Americans would like to work hard, but also play hard and have fun and do things outside of studies and work. And so this is something you're going to notice a lot in American culture, is Americans are really passionate about the things they do outside of work, not so much just their work. And then lastly, just want to talk a little bit about jobs and careers as we wrap up. So as an international student, you're allowed to get on-campus jobs. This definitely helps with paying for the bills and month-to-month expenses. While you're studying, you can work up to 20 hours per week. Common simple jobs on campus like working in the dining restaurants, at the rec center, helping give parking tickets, working in the library. You can maybe be in a tech support role or an office administrative role or working in the labs. Kind of the coveted on-campus jobs are TA, RA, GA, which also can help you get scholarships. But it's important to know that working off campus is illegal. So you can't just go work at a shop or a hotel or a restaurant, because that could actually get you deported and kicked out, and that's happened with students. So make sure you follow the rules with on-campus jobs. That first semester, it's very competitive, especially if you're at a university with lots of international students. So a lot of students, new students, typically don't get an on-campus job or one they want until their second semester. And so that's just some good expectations to have. So, and then CPT stands for internships. Curricular practical training. This is where you're able to work for companies, and you have to complete 2 long semesters. So a fall semester and a spring semester, or a spring and a fall. And so this is where you can work in the summer or even during the school year as well. This is where you can work 40 hours, make some good money, and this really builds your resume. But it has to be approved by the university, and the job has to align with your degree program. So again, there's a lot of limitations. And then lastly, when you graduate, what's awesome is on your student visa, you can work on OPT, optional practical training. Every international student gets 1 year, no matter what, of OPT. And if you have a STEM degree, you can add plus 2 years, so a total of 3 years of OPT work in America. Again, the company has to sponsor you, the university has to approve it. That's what your EAD card is for, it is showing that you have work authorization in America. And then through that, typically the next step for most people is trying to, apply for the H-1B lottery, where you might get 2 or 3 chances, or pursue other visa pathways. And I'm sure my friend Sondaria also talked about those various visa pathways with you guys as well earlier in this session. So as we wrap up here, one big final tip is jobs are very different. It's not based on your GPA, your college brand name or ranking, or your technical skills. Jobs in America come from relationships, networking, and referrals. And so your chances of getting a job in America is proportional to the numbers of American professionals you know, and not the number of job applications you fill out. And so again, don't worry so much about GPA. You can get a 4.0 from Harvard and still not get a job in America. So focus on relationships with American professionals. And this is going to require you learning about American culture, adapting to American culture, but that's how you're going to be able to get jobs. So thank you very much. We've got lots of resources on our YouTube channel, You can follow on Instagram and LinkedIn. We also have a great e-newsletter, and hopefully the hosts will share those links with you guys sometime, because we have lots of great resources to help you out, and we want to make ourselves available. So best of luck, and hope to meet some of you guys someday here in America. And yeah, if there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer any.
Thank you, Robert. Your vast experience and guidance on topics such as shortlisting colleges, visa interviews, and especially navigating American culture has been very inspiring and very helpful to all the students who will be embarking their journey abroad. Thank you once again for your precious time and joining us here.
My pleasure. Great to meet you guys.
Thank you. Any questions for Robert that you guys? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Nishant, and can you just tell me if I have a big gap, can I pursue PhD in your country, as per se? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Nishant, nice to meet you. Yeah, so gaps, especially for higher studies like master's and PhD, is no problem. Again, in America, because it's all about individuality, it's okay to be quote unquote non-traditional. And even changing your industry, changing your focus. You know, I've had friends who studied hotel management in India, but then came into data science in America and found success. Or even if you have a gap of, you know, of studies between bachelor's or master's to PhD, that doesn't matter. What matters is if you're qualified and you're passionate. If you're qualified and passionate, you're good to go. And so they're not going to judge you on the gap. What's more about is the qualifications, your goals, your desires. So gaps are not a problem as long as you're able to explain it and it makes sense. So great question.
Thank you, Robert. Hope it answers. Any other questions? Yeah. Thank you, Robert. Have a great day. So now we move on to the next part. So we'll be inviting students who are going abroad this year. So I'd like to invite first Drashti Bharat Harbada, Gam Hajapur. She's going to the University of Northwestern, course Masters in Biotechnology. Big round of applause. Then we have Deep Sanjay Bhadra, Gam Shirva, Northeastern University, course MS in Data Analytics. Pratham Mukesh Bhadra, Gam Rava, course Advanced Computer Science. Harsh Rajesh Bhadra, Gam Bitiari, Arizona State University, Masters in Computer Science. Divya Kheraj Gajra, Gam Berachia, Jacobs Technion, Cornell University, Ivy League. Oh, degree robotics. I would like to invite Dinesh Bhai Chandra and Lakshmikant Gajra to felicitate them.
જોરદાર તાળીઓ પર વજાયું. So Gachmade students par July Jan May that they have already left. So this year at least 35 Bhanushali students are going abroad. So Madela Kare to all the 35 students who got admit abroad this year. Let's have a big round of applause for them. I request Viransh Bhanushali, Dr. Harshad Mange, सेवा समाज जितना भी कमिटी मेंबर्स श्री राम भाई मंगे शैलेश भाई अगर पुठिया हुए तो प्लीज कम ऑन स्टेज लक्ष्मीकांत भाई गजरा ये पांचो एकड़ो 2018 से वो शुरू है कि वो एक ग्रुप पिक्चर फॉर एवरी ईयर पासन I'll help yes yeah okay and let's have a boss young team also join on the stage. So it will be a great memory that you guys handled and organized this event very well. So Khushi, Sakshi, Vidhi, I forgot your name. Hetvi, Sailesh bhai, please come on stage. Yash, Kashyap, anybody I'm missing? Yeah, please join on stage. आगे अचीवन ऊपर. सो पा ओवरसीज एजुकेशन जी जो को शुरुआत किया हुआ 2018 में शुरुआत किया हुआ तेर लगभग 15 स्टूडेंट मैक्सिमम वेंदा हुआ विदेश अने हाणे जो को अजे ईयर में लास्ट पोए 2019 में 25 स्टूडेंट 2020 में 35 to 40 स्टूडेंट पोए 50 स्टूडेंट फिर 50 स्टूडेंट सो एवरी ईयर नाउ एवरेज पिंजा भानुशाली छोकरा विदेश विनेता. And this year we have got database of 35 students. So let's have a big round of applause for all these admitted students. Congratulations. And we'll have a group picture. Sakshi, thought a naam hai, Madeja? Yeah, please. Okay. 1 second. Anchor के पास उसका master sheet हमेशा होना चाहिए. All right. नाम.
Drashti Bharat Harbada, Northeastern University, Masters in Biotechnology. Huh? Ram Mange will felicitate her. Deep Sanjay Bhadra, Northeastern University, MS in Data Analytics. Lakshmikant Gajra will felicitate him. Pratham Mukesh Bhadra, course Advanced Computer Science, Swansea University. Dr. Harshad Mange will felicitate him. Harsh Rajesh Bhadra, Arizona State University, Robotics and Autonomous Systems. Viransh will felicitate him. Divya Kheraj Gajra, Jacobs Technion Cornell Tech University, dual master's degree in connective media. Dinesh Chandra will felicitate him.
Five thoda in front and we'll have a group picture. Samir bhai, thoda क्या चाहिए?
दृष्टि आणि हर्ष याला को स्टेज पर आके बोले
ऐसा क्या बोले जो है अरे पहले जो ठीक है हम चाहिए ये सब
Drashti Harbada and Harsh Badra will share their experiences with us.
हर्ष रोबोटिक्स एंड ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम्स ला वेना तो मास्टर्स इन रोबोटिक्स एंड ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम्स ला एरिजोना स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी में अने ही डिग्री शॉर्ट लिस्टिंग अने पांजो कनेक्शन में जड़ी तो वो पहले छो कि पांजो नेटवर्क ज पांजो हेडा पांजे समाज जो एकदम खासो है तो हुन ज नेटवर्क जे लीधे ने से अज मुके ही अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है तो पा जड़ी ते चोयूं कि मुझे डिग्री शॉर्ट लिस्टिंग में मुझे बॉस पहले हेल्प के जय रहा हूँ मुझे नवंबर जो सेशन हो नहीं जो तेरह से वेठो तो उनमें मुझे घणे हेल्प थी हुई वो मुझे कॉलेजेस सिलेक्शन में अने हुनजे पोए होडा पांजे समाज में कनेक्ट पांजो यूएस में पांजो घणे वड्डो समाज है उनजी साइट आई मने उनमें कनेक्शन में ने इनमें घणे हेल्प कियो उन मुके बॉस जा अने हाणे जड़ो जड़ी तो मुझे एक्सपीरियंस आगळ वधतो वेड़ी ते अने से नवी नवी चीजों खबर पड़ियूं ने ई थीदो तो हूँ मैंने आ साथे आगळ वनीने शेयर करला ने हनला करे पण ही लोको एकड़ो प्लेटफॉर्म ने हीने दीधा तो होप आई विल सी मोर पीपल गो अब्रॉड फ्रॉम आवर समाज नेक्स्ट ईयर
Hariom Manike, Drashtiya, and this year I'm going for my master's in biotechnology. Yesterday I had spoken. So from the starting itself, pehla choosing the correct course, and on point next step comes the university. So from day one, I've been in contact with boss, and every question, every query, JB hoi, you can put it up on the group, and on the spot hunla kare and reply mil jaate. People who are experts in that field, they already hoda aayi, they are working individuals who look at, they'll come and they'll, be like, "Ki, yeah, I can help you with this and let me know what your queries are." So that was absolutely amazing and has helped me a lot. And he, हिकड़ी नथी विना पंहिंजे समाज खे रिप्रेज़ेंट करींदी आहियां होॾा वञी करे ने अने बहु ग्रेट अपॉर्चुनिटी अने हिकिड़ो ऑनर आहे अॼु बि फेलिसिटेट थेला करे ने एंड आगे की भी किन के भी फ्यूचर में भी किन भी स्टूडेंट्स के की भी डाउट्स हैं क्योंकि है रिसेंटली असी मड़े जना ही प्रोसेस क्या आयूं सो वी हैव डेल्ट विद ऑल द डिफिकल्टीज जे भी है प्रोसेस में अचे या जे भी इजियर वेज एंड टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स डेफिनेटली अगर आगे की भी क्वेरीज हुए हैं तो यू कैन रीच आउट and I'm always here to help everyone. And it was a totally amazing experience for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Drashti. Thank you, Harsh. Wishing you both all the best. So moving to our next speaker, he is Dr. Rajiv Sharma from TASA Global. So he has over 30 years of experience in abroad education. He has cultivated expertise across education, technology, finance, and management. He is the founder of TASA Global, the largest B2B global education services organization in South Asia. TASA Global works closely with over 1,100 universities in 35 countries and has advised more than 351,000 students. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Rajiv Sharma to share his valuable insights.
Good evening. So મારે મને કચ્છી નથી આવડતો, but Gujarati, Hindi, and English, I will make. Somebody said, a mix of that. You were talking about a mix of the three. I'll speak between three of them because I'm from Gujarat, but I'm not from Kutch. Okay. What I'm going to talk today is a summary of my 30 years plus of experience. And even if you are young guys, take a couple of things. If you take that from you, and I'm going to share with you some formulas. Okay, it's a method. Because as somebody said, 50% of the students do DIY. Right? It means it's actual number. To be precise, 54% बच्चे अपने आप बाहर जाते हैं. Right? And they do some things right. We had example of Gajera here, and many of them do wrong. Okay, what I'm trying to tell here is what could be the right steps and what is important in the world. Because I spent out of my 30 plus years, by the way, okay, I call myself as a global career and an education advocacy. That's what I do. I focus on global career. Study abroad is a small part of the entire thing what you do in your life, right? It's a small step what you're going to take. I spent 30 years. I'm an engineer from Morbi, by the way, if anybody knows about it. It's in Saurashtra. I've done my management from FMS Baroda, my doctorate from NM. And I worked for first 10 years in a company called Aptech. I don't know how many of you know about it. Now, the other names is Aptech, Arena, Mac. I used to handle the worldwide business. I set up the first private university of a listed company in India, where I raised money of $60 million from UK. So I'm from the academic side, I'm from the business side. I understand 35 countries' education system. That's what we bring to us. And as you're from Kutch, just to give an example, one of the largest contract is I help Gujarat Technical University. And we're the exclusive partner, Gujarat Technical University. All engineering, MBA, hospital colleges go through us. Okay, we also work with Rajasthan Technical University. These are all exclusive contracts we work with. So that's my other part of my business line. Okay, so I have a very simple agenda. I want to impact 5 million youth, which is 50 lakh people, and help them make global citizens. That's the agenda I have taken for myself. I have been a CXO, CEO for very large companies, education, finance. I was executive director of Motilal Oswal, CEO of a company called Unicorn. But after spending 20 years in the corporate, I said, my calling, which we all call as passion, my purpose is to help students and democratize the global education. Okay, see, India has 3 powers. Can somebody tell me what are the 3 powers? Anybody? India के पास 3 superpower है. We are superpower in 3 areas. Can somebody guess? First, youth is a medium. First is spirituality. Spirituality is a first global power. Yoga, through that we control the world, we can control the world, and we used to do that many years back. What's the second one? That's yoga. That's spiritual through yoga, right? That's one of the ways you use. The second is Bollywood, movies, right? You go to even a small countries, African countries, they know Indian movies, and we can really change. And what is the third? You said now is the first. Our educated youth, right? This is how we can, we are not like US. We heard US. US controls how? By defense and dollars. How can India be a superpower? Right? If what Modi says, if you take it further, these are the 3 powers what we have. And what I work with is youth. So most of you are youth here, and that's what India has. One of the highest population, and educated Indian youth will control the world. Right? So that's the purpose which I come with. Okay, can we just move, please? Okay. When you want to go and study abroad, what is the purpose? So everybody says economic reason, right? Can we take it through? Let's discuss that. Next slide. Now, I don't know to say it, but many people just want to go abroad for migration, right? And this is very prevalent in Punjab especially, and to a portion of Gujarat. Okay. The other reason is that you want to become a global employee. In fact, believe me, kids, you are global citizens. Whether you say or you don't say, even if you stay in India, you are a global citizen. You are going to work with an MNC or going to work a work which will impact the world. So what I'm going to speak today is more on making you a global employable. Okay, immigrations, a lot of things what I speak about will be covered up in the process, but this is what I'm going to make. And how can you know that you're global employable? It's something called GEQ, which TASA has after research. Now, what is GEQ? Okay, GEQ is Global Employability Quotient. Now, whether you like it or you don't like it, every employee who is going to hire you is looking at your employability, which is global employability. So can this be a formula? Can we decide a formula to this? Yes. See, let me first tell you, every decision making can be made into a formula. See, I come from engineering background, so I create a formula for everything, right? Everything. I'm telling you, you come with me the most hardest decisions, right? I can create a formula out of that. And you can also do it, by the way. It's not my skills. You can also do that. So your employability in the world is decided by GEQ, whether you accept it or you don't accept it, but the employer is going through this formula for you. Okay, what is that, Raji? Let's have a look at that. This is basically on skill readiness. But before I come that, there has been a major change in the hiring pattern post-COVID. It's like a pre-Christ and the post-Christ. Huge change, and that we need to accept. First, what was this? They need to hire you. They will put money behind you, train you, right? And make you expect productivity. I'll give you simple data. Have you seen the majority employer in India is IT companies, right? Do you know how many students they have hired this year? Any idea? 2001, right? They hired 2.6 lakh students. This year, they're not even hired 60,000. We talk of employment. This is a reason. Because they want you to be skilled before they come to you. You go to them. They don't want to spend money behind your skilling. So especially kids, when you are in your class or session, whatever you are an engineer or a graduate or whichever, you have to gather some skill. You have to. No choice. Because otherwise, see, in fact, I should not say, but it's a fact that our education system is such that we are not getting skill to people, and the employer wants skill. Okay, they want skill. I don't know if you just read even the budget, that internship budget has been made. You go and see the comments, actually, of the industrialists. They say, we're not going to hire because some government is paying me. I'm going to hire because he has the skills. And the employer is not going to spend on you. Please understand. He's not going to spend you. And this is the major thing which has happened. Now, based on this, let's look what is GEQ. Okay, it's a perfect score. It's a 10 score of 10. What are the 10 criteria? Yeah, Rajiv. First, you have to find a relevant area of study, which you can feel is going to be there for next 5, 10, 15 years. Okay, now that doesn't mean that you only need to do IT. By the way, that doesn't mean that. Even if you are doing a commerce, okay, you have to find area and specialize in that commerce, the skill which is going to go simple. If you are a BCom student, anybody from BCom here? Okay, even if you're doing your BCom, can you do accounting using AI? Can you learn Excel? Can you learn macros in Excel? Using AI with Excel, only this one skill will get you a job. I'm repeating, even if you're doing a BCom from anywhere, you'll not get a job. But this one skill of yours, Excel, advanced Excel using AI will get you a job. Right? Now, let me give you an example. Anybody from management, MBA or BBA? Okay. You just learn basic skills of Power BI, Tableau, how to report, how to make those decisions. Just that one skill, okay, will get you a job. Better than people who are doing MBA. I'm repeating this to you. You will get a higher salary than the MBA will going to go to that. So first area is the field of study which you need to be clear on. Second, language. Now the world is warning that you need to have minimum 3 languages. No more 1 or 2 language. And by the way, your mother language is not counted the language. Okay. So it means Kachhi is your mother language. So it means English, Hindi, but if you're going abroad, English is given. And that's again is the biggest problem area in Gujarat. At least I work very close in Gujarat. You are from Bombay, so you're better off. Gujarat, biggest problem. In fact, I am surprised on auto rickshaws, ads are there, go abroad without IELTS. Right? That's what or 5.5 IELTS. Now, I don't want to say what they're doing, but it's the wrong selling. Because if you don't understand the language you're going to study, how would you study? Right? So 3 languages when I'm talking of English, at least 1 more international language. You need to know. Again, if you're in India, you can pick up German, you can Spanish, French, whichever language, Chinese, Mandarin, any language. So while studying in your graduation, what you're doing, learn 1 more language. English is given up. Don't say English is a language we need to learn. English you have to learn. See, if you see example, Viraj, right? He was Viransh. One thing, if you notice, if you picked up, he said from second, when he was 2 years old, his mother spoke to him in English, right? That is what is one of the biggest contributor because he is a native English guy. Okay, that really helped him apart from other things. Okay, that's a basic thing. So English has to be known. 1 more international language you need to have. The third, internship and work experience. Even if you're doing graduation, you need to have your internship experience before you go. See, typical Gujarati, what you do from 9-10 standard, right or wrong? Wherever you forgotten that roots, same thing is applicable today. My recommendation is, if you have done a 4-year graduation, by the time you finish your 4-year, at least 1 year of internship should have been done in that 4 years. I'm repeating, if you've done 4 years, 1 year of internship, it is a 3 years program, 9 months minimum internship should be done before you come out. Okay, networking, obviously, you need to attend conferences. Okay, network. One of the biggest thing is your your LinkedIn. I don't know how many students have a LinkedIn account here. Okay, so more need to have. How many has connection more than 1,000? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, how many over 2,000? 1. How many over 5,000? Okay, so these are the criteria. In your networking, LinkedIn is the connect. I think Adam spoke about it. It's all about a networking. You'll get a job. Okay, this used to be, now Indian style networking. So Papa phone kare. Right? No? That's a networking. So when you go abroad, there's no Papa to call. Okay, you have to call. So you have to do networking. No other choice for you. Then international experience program. I strongly recommend that students, while they're even graduating from India, should do some international program. Like with Gujarat Technical University, we run IEP, International Experience Program. We send minimum 200 students every year abroad. So internships, short study program, there's the various programs what you have. Please take that. It's really, really going to add value and add value to your employability. Next. Then obviously soft skill, we all know about it. Now this digital literacy. See, like it used to be said, you need to aapko likhna padhna aana chahiye. For your kids, digital is like ABCD. You have to know digital. And I'll add 2 more skills, especially who are going abroad. First, data science. It means numbers or analytics and AI. Use of AI. I'm not saying you have to program in AI, use of AI. So these are 3 skills is you have to be added. Then obviously research and innovation, this our Indian kids lack because there's no research which is done in our colleges and they require research. Whether you talk of any country, forget about USA, even if you go to a country like Poland or Bulgaria, they want this research to be there. They need people who can do basic research, if not advanced research. Of course, you need to continuously learn and your resume, how you build your resume, how you showcase. What is resume? You're showcasing of that. So these are 10 GQs based on which an employer is judging you. Okay, next. Now, there's only one area, study abroad, which ticks all the 10. Okay, if you do other things, they will tick 1, 2, 3, 4. But luckily or unluckily, study abroad is the one which ticks everybody of the 10 criteria of yours. Okay, now we have seen what is GEQ. So first you need to take home is GEQ, right? You remember, kids, special students, GEQ is what people are going to judge you, they are going to employ you. First lesson. Yeah, next. So now let me take you through the process of study abroad, sort of a formula. Okay. See, usually it is divided into 3 parts: pre-admission, admission, and post-admission. That's what everybody talks about. Ab knowingly, unknowingly, iske baare mein baat kar rahe hain. Okay, but there's a typical understanding of yours. So what we have done, see, are you aware of the Japanese style? What do Japanese and American do? Or Indian do, there's a huge difference. A Japanese, for example, if there's something needs to be done over a period of next 1 month, okay, a Japanese will plan for 20 days and execute in 10 days. An Indian will plan in 7 days and execute in the next 3 weeks. Isliye wo jugaad isliye aaya apna. Our jugaad has come because we are finding solutions on the go. Okay, but please understand, study abroad is not by the go. And this is a lesson for especially the parents. See, when a kid is going to study abroad, there's a largest investment you're making towards a child. Right or wrong? 30 to 50 to 60, whatever, lakhs is there. Okay, now if you go in a market to buy a fridge of 1 lakh rupees, તમે કેટલા research કરો છો na research. Now when a child is going and you're spending 50 lakhs, કેટલા research કરો છો? You answer. How much research are you doing after spending 50 lakh rupees? Right? We don't. So one of the first thing is, I have divided this into 5 stages. I will go in detail, but the first 3 stage is only related to preparation, planning. Stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3 is all planning. So what it means is a Japanese style. You have to spend the first 20 days after the first of the month, if the project size, in planning. The rest is execution. Okay, so now let's go in each of that. Stage 1. Raji, I will go in detail with this. Just go ahead. Go. So what I've done, I simplified. So we have created our own formula. If you see, it's not random. As I go detail, you'll find it's a formula which has been created. And it's our own proprietary formula. We call it CLOF, is a formula, what we call about it. So a problem has been created into a solution, into a formula. Yes, Rajiv. Next. Okay. Now, this is first step most of the people miss or they don't want to do. Okay. What is that? That's the research part. If a student is going for a master's is an area of specialization, right? Uske baad U-turn nahi hai. We agree with this? There's no U-turn after master's. Okay. Now, master should be done in an area where you have a natural talent, right or wrong? Right? But how do we find that? There's no natural talent. Papa kahe che, auntie kahe che, my friends are going, this is what doing. Why are you doing MBA? My friends are doing. Why are you doing MBA? After engineering, I didn't get a job, I'm doing MBA. Okay. Why are you doing MTech? You ask this is a typical question. This is the reason because the first step is missed, which is the assessment. Every child, and I'm making a very bold statement here. In our school system, we are setting our children to be failure from school. I'm repeating, it's a very bold statement I'm saying. We are setting up our children to be failure right from school. In all best country in the world, right from 5th standard, the career choice is done, and it's done scientifically. It's not done by the subjects mein zyada mark aaye, usse kuch farak nahi padta hai. Okay, there's a scientific process. It was not available during our time. I'm sure the parents apne time available nahi tha, but today it is available. And this is one step most of the children miss, or they don't want to do it, whatever word you want to use. So the first thing we say is, as I was talking about it, assessment, career goal setting. In fact, I repeat these days when I talk to parents, the career decision is even more or minimum same important as marriage of your child. Okay, because marriage these days there's a U-turn possible. Okay, it is accepted, but in career there's no. Acha, any question? What is the competition, beta? What is the number of people you are competing with? Anybody? Any number can you give me? Only India I'm talking of. 8 million. Any other number? 8 billion is the world's population, beta. 8th population. Okay. Any other number? How much? 15 lakh. Okay. You are actually competing with 48 crore kids, Indian kids. 15 से 23 साल की उम्र के बच्चे इंडिया में 48 crores हैं. You are actually competing with those kids. For you, there is no chance of U-turn. We had chance of U-turn because we were not so much competing during our time. So choose first step for you whenever you talk of is career. And it's a wrong concept for us. We equate career equal to education. No. Education is a small part of career. So the first thing you need to decide, again, I ask this question to everybody. Okay, let me ask you some other kid. Okay, let me ask you. When you open a mobile and when you go out, you have to go somewhere, Ola, Uber, Google Maps, what's the first thing you put there? Perfect, perfect. So what is destination? What is your career destination? Unless you decide your career destination, when you say, I want to do MBA, wo rasta hai. That's not a destination. What is your final career destination? That's the first thing you need to do. And that can only come by assessment, by scientific assessment. There's no other way. So even if you are not done it, it's not late to do it. Do that. You will know exactly where there are various tools. I will not go in that because of paucity of time, because there's a separate session I take on something called accidental career as a planned career. Okay, it's a half a day session which I take. But this is that important. So career goal setting is the first thing kid has to do. Okay, next, Rajiv. Stage number 2. From here, so first what you've done, we have decided our destination. Okay, then what we do, based on that, we decide our education plan. Now, what comes in education plan? The program, the length, 3 years or 4 years, or 1 year or 2 years, depending on the country, what you want to time spend. Like if you go to European countries, 1 year masters. If you go to US and Canada, it's a 2 years masters, or it's a 3 year or 4 year. We can decide what's the fee, kab intake hoga, location, aapka academic credential hai, is his credentials supporting that area? So these all education plans part of it. More. So there are other things what you plan. STEM, non-STEM. Do you understand STEM? Right, most of you? Okay, so because STEM has become popular because of US, because of visa 2 se zyada milta na 2 saal ka isliye. Okay, otherwise the world was not knowing what is STEM. By the way, many students take STEM only for the visa. 2 saal zyada extra visa mil jayega. Okay, areas. Now, many of you will be trying to go to masters. Are you aware there are 3 types of masters? Okay, first, masters, which is academic taught. It is taught. Now, most of our Indian students go to academic taught. The second is academic research. Okay, very few Indian kids go to academic research. And third is called professional masters. Right? So you need to decide, आपके रास्ते में कौन सा रास्ता लेना? It's like मुझे SUV गाड़ी लेनी है कि बाइक से जाना है, it's like that way. Okay. Many students do MBA as the first masters. Many do MBA as a second master. So what I'm telling you, this is all part of planning and not for 1 year. This needs to be till the education life. Okay, that's the first year you need to plan. Second, and this has come from my, so many years of experience, financial planning, paisa. Ye pehle hi plan karna hai. You have to start much, and this is especially for parents I'm talking to you. I'm from finance industry, okay, as I said. But you'll be surprised, even the CX and CEOs, most of them have not. They assume it is planned, but they're not financially planned for their kids. And you'll be surprised by the money or the jump in money which happens. Even in India, okay, I'm just giving you, if you go to a good undergrad university, it may be costing you anywhere from 40 to 60 lakh rupees in India. Right? Like somebody comes from liberal arts. One of the best private university now is Ashoka University. And does anyone know what's the fees of Ashoka? Any idea? Ashoka University, liberal arts. See, liberal arts, the best university now being called in India is called Ashoka University. It's a private Indian international university. The fees is 8.5 lakhs. Right? I have one of the students working with us. She's done designing from Shishti. Okay, which is supposedly one of the best design schools in India. Okay, fees and everything, it costed 40 lakh rupees for 4 years. Now, how many parents are, I'm talking about international, I'm talking about India. Indian cost I'm talking of. Okay, we have plans here right from 5 lakhs to 2.5 crores. So I have sent kids up to 2.5 crores. I also send kids in 5 lakh rupees. Okay, it's possible, by the way, when I'm talking. But financial planning, very important. It needs to be done before. Okay, done as before as second 2 years, 3 years, when the kids are here, you need to plan. In fact, I work with one of the wealth management companies. Okay, with them, I have started something called child education planning. Everybody does retirement planning, right? Sab karte hain. If you are HNI or there are, but child education planning. Okay, because the cost which goes, if you send an undergraduate to a good university abroad, 1.5 to 2 crores kahin nahi gaya. Right? Dates se 2 crore. मेडिकल करना है आज की तारीख में, इंडिया में मेडिकल करना है और बच्चे का वो टॉप उसमें लिस्ट में नहीं आया, ओके, जो बोलते हैं 600 में, you end up spending 3 crores in India. I'm not talking abroad. So financial planning, this is for parents especially. Okay, financial planning is one of the first steps you need to do. And third, obviously, you need to choose the program and universities. We do the reverse way. We don't go by choosing the country. Country for us is the last, because we are a global career consultant. So based on your career program, then go for the best university of that program. Like Adam also was talking, we also follow the same thing. We follow only 2 methods of rating the universities. One is your ranking in that area. And second, employability ranking. So we look at 2 rankings, okay, when we suggest to kids. Rajiv, can you take it further? Okay. Ours is, you can take it, I'll just go to next. See the next slide, I will show it to you. So this is what needs to be looked at when you're choosing. Whether it's ambitious, moderate, and safe, I'll show you what are these meanings of these. right? Which country, university name, program name, what is the duration, entry requirement, what is the IELTS score, IELTS, or you can use TOEFL, whichever your country, application fee, estimation, intake. So these are the things you need to be planned before you go further. Next. Like this is an example. Now, what is an ambition university? Right? Something like Viraj was said. Ambition is something which you are punching above your weight. Okay, अगर आपको पता है कि मेरा जैसे 70-80% है, पर मुझे फिर भी हार्वर्ड जाना है, तो उसको बोलते हैं punching above the weight. Okay, moderate is where your, so in ambition you see your chances admission is 5%. In moderate, your chances 40 to 50%. And safe is one which is nearly 100%. So if you actually go to a normal study abroad consultant, by the way, nothing about, I'm the largest, support them. I work with 750 study abroad consultants in the in country. Okay, they will actually send you through a safe university. Okay, but for us, ambitious and moderate is the one way you go. So I've given you some example. Look, for this kid, it was, engineering management, project management was a specialty which came up. This career goal based on other things. So this is an example. Okay, this is how you need to make your sheet if you're doing DIY. Okay, this is for DIY what I'm talking of. Yeah, next. So we have done stage 2. We're still at planning. We're not gone further. Third level of planning. Now you need to then start looking at your ambition university. You need to prepare. Now, for example, if you're talking IELTS, the best university in the world require 8+ out of 9. Okay, your 6.5 चलेगा नहीं वहां पर. जबकि उनके साइट पे आज भी आप हार्वर्ड की साइट पे जाओगे तो 7 लिखा है. 7 में किसी को एडमिशन नहीं मिला है. 8.5 is what they're looking at IELTS. Okay, or maybe a GRE score or a GMAT score. So you have, when you say punch about the weight, okay, because there are 9 to 13 criteria on which you are judged. So you need to work on other criterias so that you are able in reckoning there. Okay, so which comes, let's say, SAT is for 12th, after 12th, GRE is for masters. The other thing is SOP, LOR, and SUME. I think we all know SOP, especially kids, right? SA, SOP, kuch bhi bolte hain. LOR aapko pata hai. Because I'm going to go in detail about this. And obviously all the document preparation. So you need to have all of this. So this, Raju, can you go next? We're still at stage 3. IELTS, we all know, but still, he wanted me to. So it's academic IELTS. Okay, there are 2 IELTS we need to have. 1 to 9, 4 areas. A precaution. All Indian kids score the lowest in writing. Right? It is given. So you need to practice extra for writing. If you want to know much more in detail, go to this landing page of mine called IELTS24/7.in. Right? You will find my videos there explaining you the entire detaility about IELTS. Okay, small kit also. Everything is there in that IELTS. Rajiv, next. Yeah, I think something wrong. You can go next. Okay, it's gone. Okay. So SAT, you all know now is digital SAT. Okay, anybody from 12th, 11th, 12th? Okay. So are you planning to go abroad, bacha? Okay. So now which SAT which has come is called digital SAT. Okay. They are broadly artists out of 1600. If you want good universities, you need to have minimum 1500 plus, more of 1550 plus. Okay. So that's what the requirement is happening. But world over, we prefer kids do SAT even if they're not going to USA. Because your admission criteria, you become different compared to the rest of the kids, even if you do SAT. Even if you go to UK, you go to Singapore, you go to any other country. If you have done your SAT, you are better off than anybody else. Though it is not recommended, but usually we recommend SAT. ACT is the other of SAT. In India, it's not very popular. So I will not speak much of ACT. I think GRE, you all spoke about it. Is now you'll be surprised that most of the universities started accepting GRE instead of GMAT, even if you're going for MBA. So GRE is a good bet. GMAT is tough. I'm repeating this to you. So it's always better to take GRE. Right? वो आप क्रैक करना आसान है. 340 मार्क्स होते हैं. 340 में से अगर आप टॉप मोस्ट इंस्टीट्यूट में जा रहे हैं इवन फॉर योर मास्टर्स और एमबीए करने के लिए तो 325 ऊपर चाहिए. राइट, दैट्स द लेवल व्हाट दे आस्किंग फॉर दैट. जीमेट में 700 क्रॉस करना 700 बहुत इज अ चैलेंज, बट पीपल डू, द किड्स व्हिच डू. आई एम नॉट डिसाइडिंग यू, बट मोस्ट ऑफ द यूनिवर्सिटीज इवन इन यूरोप हैव स्टार्टेड एक्सेप्टिंग जीआरई इवन फॉर एमबीए. मास्टर्स के तो एक्सेप्ट करते ही थे, अब जीआरई के लिए भी. Can I say something, let us suggest? Please don't go for things what they are talking of waiving. Okay. How do you show you are different compared to others? Point number one. Second, this comes very handy when you're going for scholarship. अगर आपका GRE नहीं है ना, तो scholarship नहीं मिलेगा आपको. So my recommendation always to kids, don't take shortcut. Life में कोई shortcut नहीं होता है. Go the hard way. That's why plan more. In fact, we pick up kids average 18 to 36 months. Currently, my admission, we are consulting 2027 admissions are on. We are consulting it because I require that time for that child to be built up. Right? Let's say undergrad, you are going to be there. If you go to the best universities, better, they are going to look at your GPA from 9, 10th, 11th, 12th, 4 years. Right? Minimum 80%. Ideally about 90% if the best university if you're looking at. Right? If you have that fund. Okay. So 4 साल का देखते हैं. So you need to prepare early. See, cover up कर सकते हैं. There are ways to cover up. Okay. But some basic things cannot be covered up. If you don't get 80%, you cannot go to a top-notch university at all. कुछ भी कर लो आप. If I do anything else also with your profile, but you will not score 80%, you cannot go there. So that's one of the criteria they look at. Okay. So my recommendation, ये आपको बहुत कोविड के टाइम बहुत हुआ था. IELTS वेव कर दो, GRE वेव कर दो, right? पर क्या होता है उसके बाद एक तो आप एडमिशन जो ने किया उससे आप एडमिशन क्राइटेरिया में नीचे हो. पॉइंट नंबर 1 आपको फिर स्कॉलरशिप नहीं मिलती है. Even if you cannot even apply for scholarships. Right? Because see, understand, they are looking at everything. Even your visa guy, when you go to visa, he's looking at it. Now, in English, I'll give you an example. A lot of Duolingo was being accepted, right? ये गुजरात में बहुत चल रहा था. Duolingo. Canada की यूनिवर्सिटी एडमिशन दे रही थी, पर एम्बेसी आपको रिजेक्ट कर रही थी. Right? So Duolingo नहीं करने का. Why to do that? Because you don't understand. यूनिवर्सिटी दे रही है, पर there's a different criteria which the embassy is sitting with. They don't accept that. Okay, so my recommendation, no shortcut. Maybe extra कर लो, कम मत करो. Okay. ये याद रखो. Is it mandatory? Mostly yes. Okay, but they will put as part of your consideration. If you do it, for give example, we send students to German, public colleges in Germany, right? वहाँ तो GRE कोई लेन देन नहीं है. फिर भी when we give GRE, they get better admissions. So many things happen for them, right? How do you differentiate? So we ask them to do that. Okay, now how do you prepare? By yourself, online or in-person coaching. Everything is available. Whichever way you're comfortable, you can do that. Time to prepare, minimum 8 to 9 months. But if you're doing full-time, leaving everything, you can do it in 3 months. Actually, I had to ask many kids to leave their jobs, okay, when they're getting into masters, to leave the job because they're not able to cope up. आप cope up नहीं कर पाते हैं. तो उनको job छोड़ के GRE दिलाओ, फिर से job में चले जाओ. So you require that much time. Okay. Yes. December 15. All early admissions we apply in December. Okay, there are few rare universities which start in October also, but usually December 15 is yes. Priority deadline, we call it early admissions. What a word is, we give a name called early admissions. So all good admission, in fact, scholarship early admission वालों को मिलती है. ये भी ध्यान रखना.
Okay, so I should give my GRE before.
You have to, and you have to give time for if you have to repeat it also. Right? क्योंकि आपको time रखना है, 2-3 महीने का time रखना है कि मुझे repeat करना पड़ा तो मैं क्या करूँगा.
Fine.
So that you need to do. Okay. There's other thing, letter of statement of purpose. I'll not speak much. We spoke about it, letter of reference and your CV. Now, can anybody guess which is the most important document in this, out of all these 3? Perfect. So you answered it. SOP is the area जहाँ आप बिना बोले भी अपने आप को express कर सकते हैं. But the new thing has started, by the way. All good universities have now started, yes, asking for your video interview or for subsequent questions. मतलब कम से कम 4, 5, 6 questions पूछते हैं because they are checking, especially India के लिए हो रहा है, and it's not for other country, because they know that people are doing that जुगाड़. So they want to see you in person or they want to see your recording in person. कि ये जो बोल रहा है, जो लिख के भेजा, ये वही बोल रहा है ना. Right? So that's why these extra things are coming. But आजकल सब मतलब British यूनिवर्सिटी में होने लग गया, US यूनिवर्सिटी में होने लग गया, ऑस्ट्रेलियन में तो होता ही था पहले. So they have started asking for this. Okay. Now we go to stage 4. So by the way, your entire process is up to 5 stage. Don't take any shortcut. You can take the snap of the first slide. I'll talk about it. Usually for these 5 stages, we have anywhere from 30 to 50 interventions. Right? When we consult kids, we have 30 to 50 interventions on these 5 stages, though there are 9 areas. So here, the final check. All your documentation has to be checked very clearly. Okay, we will just go through Rajiv quickly. So standard अगर आपका है, without journal I'm not going for a country. Pre-admission आपको select program करना है, country region करना है, 9 से 18 महीने पहले बात करनी है, list of university, test prep, language prep, then application के लिए close and open dates, transcript, SOE, COE, financial readiness, all of this has to be ready. Then you apply. You can apply yourself or use somebody else to do that. Okay. Keep scholarship in mind. Always keep scholarship in mind, because अगर है तो क्यों छोड़ने का, right? In line with the requirement, and then wait for the university preparation. So this is stage number 4, right, Rajiv? So quickly I'll go through. So these are popular things I've taken. US, UK, Canada, and Australia सब जाते हैं. I'll spend some time on Europe. Quickly, we can go fast through. Like US, you all know, language 6.5 minimum चाहिए, SAT, GRE वो चाहिए. Many universities are asking for WES. Okay, for US. In fact, in Gujarat Technical University, we have done a tie with WES, so directly online उनका WES होता है. Okay, बॉम्बे में नहीं है, पर GTO के लिए हमने करके दिया हुआ है. Minimum 18 महीने पहले. Minimum is 18 months. For USA, ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा है, education USA बोलती है. Okay. Obviously, I-20 form, application, embassy, CBSP, these are, I think you all know, you're going under F1 visa. So okay. Proof of funds has to be given to the university first. Huh? By the way, I-20 लेने के लिए US में पहले पैसा दिखाना पड़ता है. Okay, बाद में नहीं. As far as Canada is concerned, again, language, इसमें भी WES चलता है. You know, many universities are asking for WES in Canada now. ये 12 महीने में आपका काम हो जाता है. आपको वीसा 3 महीने अप्लाई करना है. Proof of funds is what you need to be ready with. Next. RK. Okay, UK again, 12 महीने का. Language, यहाँ पर preferred है. SAT and GRE, as I told you, it's a preferred with them. Okay, usually UK university give you conditional offer पहले. Right, you to fulfill a condition, then unconditional offer comes in. Type of visa is tier 4, again proof of funds. Please remember, proof of funds in UK, they don't accept FD, right? Especially for parents. Cash दिखाना पड़ता है, savings में दिखाना पड़ता है. Not over in the sweeping FD. अपने accounts में होता है ना आजकल ICICI समय sweeping, वो नहीं चलता है वहाँ पर cash दिखाना पड़ता है. US में चलता है, आप cash भी दिखाओ, mutual fund, shares, वो सब दिखाओ तो चलता है, right? But UK में नहीं चलता है. UK doesn't accept that. Yeah. और यूजुअली फंड्स जो दिखाने पड़ते हैं 1 साल की ट्यूशन फी और रहने खाने का. Okay, this is what is it. How to calculate? Again, there's some video of mine. You go on my site and see. But very simple. Tuition fee, जो भी होता है, add 20% to that for the other expenses, and रहने खाने पीने का $1,000 a month or whatever the local currency रहने खाने का खर्चा. So that's the total money 1 साल का आपको दिखाना है. Okay, next. Same is Australia. वहाँ पर एक genuine temporary entrant एक चीज और they have introduced. Okay, visa subclass 500 में होता है, student visa. Again, proof of funds. ERK. Europe. I'll take 1 more minute for, easy. I'll take 1 more minute for Europe because Western Europe has become actually very active now. Okay, and there is a possibility of getting a fully funded education in Europe. Okay, we very actively do that, by the way. Okay, it could be free. It's very competitive. If you do in the local language, less competitive. But if you do English medium, very competitive. It's as competitive as a very good university in US or Canada. Okay, but by the way, Europe is much cheaper comparatively. Any European country is much cheaper. Whether you talk of, Germany, France, Finland, Spain, we send less, but all other countries, Netherlands has become a recent favorite of mine now. A lot of startups have come up in Netherlands. So these countries are very, very good, actually. Okay. My one thing I know as Gujaratis, we want to go to US first. पहले कहना था, उसका भूत अभी थोड़ा US पे आ गया है. ठीक है? So my only one tip to especially the parents and the children, only if you are very ambitious and ready to rough it out, then go to US. I'm repeating, if you are very ambitious and ready to rough it out, then only go to US. क्योंकि US में कम से कम 9 से 10 साल आपका तलवार लटकेगी. पहले ओपीटी की निकलेगी, फिर आपकी H1B की 3 साल, जब तक ग्रीन कार्ड आपका फाइल नहीं होता है, वो 8-9 साल मिनिमम है, तब तक तलवार हरदम आपके इस पर लटकेगी. मुझे कब जाना पड़े पता नहीं मुझे. Okay, and of course is the best country in the world. So बहुत ज़्यादा is competitive. So if your mindset is not very aggressive mindset and you're not ready to rough it out, I will recommend drop USA. I know तुम्हारे family से, भाई बंदा से, बधुआ से थे. Okay. By the way, I work very closely with the entire hotel association. We send them a lot of J1 kids. I send at least 1,000 kids in hospitality to the motels in USA. Okay. Still, I'm talking of that area. Yeah, quickly. Eurobound, पहले plan करना पड़ता है थोड़ा, 18 to 24 months, right? We have schemes where we be able to get students 100% scholarships also, including living expenses, or even the education can be fully funded. फिर रहने खाने का खर्चा होता है, but it requires preparation. What I'm trying to tell you, it requires preparation. Yeah, Rajiv. Yeah, 5 minutes. Just quickly pass. Sorry, I know I'm passing fast. Okay, I'll skip this. So these are all 100% scholarships. So we get sent students to scholarship very fast. Okay, stage 5, we all know. Visa, I will not speak much. It was spoken earlier, right? One recommendation again to parents, especially masters. We strongly recommend that you take student loan, even if you can afford it. I'm repeating, even you can afford it, 2-3 benefits. Okay, first benefit, visa, प्यार से निकल जाता है, very smoothly. Okay, no questions asked. Second question, your kid will become responsible. Because when you tell him कि भैया लोन तू लिया, मैं खाली गारंटी हूँ, पे तेरे को करना है. Okay, I have seen the students maturing pretty fast. Because usually our kids compared to global kids are क्या बोलते हैं, बहुत चम्मच से अपन को दूध पिलाया है, something of that sort. So they need to grow because उनको fight तो वही करना है. They have to fight with the same there. So that's a second. And third, in your income tax, beautiful benefit. I'm a finance guy, so I'll right. जितना भी interest है, जितने आपका tax है, no limit माफ होता है. Yes. जितना भी interest आप pay करेंगे, without any limit, जितना भी आपका income tax है, minus हो जाता है. भले आपका 10 लाख income tax है, 10 लाख interest जा रहा है, तो भी निकल जाता है. So take loan. Okay, and loan are of 2 types. First is non-secured loan, जो 40 लाख तक मिलता है. Right? Secured loan is above 40 lakhs. उसमें आपको कुछ ऐसे रखना पड़ता है, यूजुअली घर रखना पड़ता है. तो मोस्टली बच्चे 40 lakhs तक में आ जाता है, मोस्टली. तो टेक अ नॉन सिक्योर्ड लोन, तो आपको सिक्योरिटी भी देने की जरूरत नहीं होती है उसमें. राइट, सो दैट्स माय रिकमेंडेशन, माय ऑल दिस एक्सपीरियंस. क्विक राजीव. ओके, आई विल स्किप दैट. ऑफ कोर्स यू टू प्रिपेयर, आई विल नॉट गो. ये खुद एक सेशन है, प्री डिपार्चर क्या करना है. बट वन थिंग अगेन आवर रिसर्च हैज शोन लेटेस्ट, एंड आई एम प्रिपेयरिंग, बाय द वे आई एम प्रिपेयरिंग द वीडियोस आउट ऑफ दैट, इज मेंटल हेल्थ. Our Indian kids go through a lot of challenge when they go in first 6 months. There are 5 areas of challenge which really hits them mentally. Okay, so you have to make your child mentally very strong before they go there. Okay, which is not taught. अपने ना इस टॉप की बात होती नहीं है अपने यहाँ पर, because that's sort of a taboo in our families. But they get really hit. I have students, the best of students, the parents had to call them back, okay, because they were not able to cope up. And they were brilliant students. So I'm not talking about academics. I'm talking about life. Academics and life are 2 very different things. Okay. Yeah, Rajiv. Okay, accommodation, that's okay. Just skip. I will take 1 more minute. So I only leave with one. Choose a right program, right university, right country at the right cost. Plan well in advance. And I will use this quote of a doctor. Don't use Google. Do not self-medicate. Okay, because of course that's my business. Just 1 minute I'll take. Okay. So we have been from the last 33 years. I was not part of it. I bought it around 12 years back. We work with 11 universities, 35 countries, 3.5 lakh students are advised by us, 6 global offices. Our international office based out of Singapore, and we support 600 universities and colleges in India to become global. So I have my offices there, as I said, entire Gujarat, entire Rajasthan, plus a lot of things in Mumbai and around. Yeah, Rajiv, quick. So these are product line. We do everything. We do internships. We do short-term programs, immersions. So you name it, areas, anything to global. That's what we call us as a global education services company. Study abroad for us is a small part of the entire business line, what we do. Anything to do with in the global is a part of it. Okay, move. Last slide, Rajiv. Okay, just we also create a lot of programs with Indian universities. Okay, these programs called UMBA. Okay, in Mumbai, we do with MET Bandra. In this, in UMBA program, 6 months in India, 12 months in Netherlands, Bulgaria, USA, Switzerland, followed by 6 months of paid internship during the program itself. Okay, then similarly, GMBA, 1 year here, 1 year abroad. Similarly, we integrated MBA, 5 years, BBA and MBA together. By the way, it is in the area of tech and management both. So we also create programs, by the way, we run them last. And obviously, these are high-end consulting, Ivy Leagues or fully funded education. We are the only company which does medical masters. Post MBBS, if somebody wants to do MD in UK, US, and Canada, that's what we do. So there are a lot of new things which we have created line. Okay, so these are internship, by the way. There's sort of I need to especially talk of this. This year with GTU, we are sending 200 students for 1 year internship in USA, paid internship. Right? They're 8 semesters plus beyond that. Okay, where to US where they are paid. So internship also we do. That's not that there's anything in the sun under global education is part of the system. Yeah, Rajiv. Thank you very much. I think I've overshot my time. If yes, if you have more information, just go in the back, give your details, and you'll be having a first 45 minutes of a free session with me. Okay, anybody wants to do that. Any questions? I'll quickly take only one. Otherwise, we can talk on the side. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you for inviting me here. Thank you.
Just a second. We would like to felicitate you. So I'd like to invite Shailesh Joshi to felicitate you.
Sorry, the syllabus given by Kerala was very vast to me.
Yeah. So I just would like to share, Dr. Rajiv. मुझी पर्सनल कुछ आज abroad journey 2007 में start थई. When I first started reading all GRE, Kaplan notes and all that. ત્યારથી કરીને હેર સુધી में. Like મુકે ન તો લગે કે હેનથી વધારે detailed અને proper planned presentation for abroad education આવ નેર્યો હતો. This is my personal આવ ચાહતો. This is not like આવ એડિટેજ ખાલી નતો ચાહ. This is like really a detailed work. કે આસી નકા જોયું કે I have made some mistakes basically. So મુકે સ્ટુડન્ટ છે computer science करना है तो okay US चले जाओ सीधा. I'll do this basically. I haven't asked them their goals कि ultimately करो करना है. Sometimes I mean I do, but जो को step by step presentation, this was the fabulous presentation I have never seen in my life. 25 years of this abroad education. So thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for Dr. Rajiv. Really, so it's not के कोई एक agency के पा promote करियूं था. It's a neutral thing. Boss has been always neutral. पांच साथे last 7 वरे में लगभग 50+ agencies and counselors they have in our database. They are there with us. They are working with us. So that's why all the feedback is neutral, and this feedback was also, sir, neutral. Very well done. Another thing that we'd like to propose that every year we also do career guidance seminar, basically. In this one, students are from 8th and above, 8 to 12th, and they need guidance. Their parents also come and unko bhi guidance chahiye rehta hai. So I think, we'd like to also take your help, guiding those students as well. So thank you so much. And if we can share the presentation with all the students, if it is allowed, then we can do that. Yeah.
See, if you look at, just look at our brochure, all these five steps is everything written there, right? I don't keep keeping with me. It's for two people, kids to share and talk about career. How many careers we know actually? 6, 7 India mein? Worldwide there are 650 careers. 650 careers. And in computer science, there are 450 areas you can get into, only in computer science. Okay, so it's a very, very detailed, and I said, this is my passion. Whether it's a 50 lakh students I need to touch, that's where. By the way, I've touched 3.5 lakh. So I still a long way to go about it, Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv, once again. So we now have Dr. Dhaval Bhanushali. He's a leading dermatologist, researcher, and a digital health entrepreneur based in Manhattan, New York City. So he's going to share his insights and few words with us. So he'll be there with us in a minute.
So, Dr. Dhaval Bhanushali, this is again first time happening. Paja Pinja, Dr. Govindjibai Mange Gam Mothara. पांजा जितना भी बहुत से प्रोग्राम थे था फर्स्ट टाइम जो 2007 में था तेर भी आया हुआ अने हुनजी पुठिया जे जितना भी प्रोग्राम थे गोविंद जी भाई हमेशा हुए था दिस इज द फर्स्ट टाइम हुनी जा सन पास साथे लाइव न्यूयॉर्क थी अने ही इज अ वेरी सक्सेसफुल पर्सन गच मळे जण चीजों पाके डॉक्टर धवल पासे थी सिखेला मिलदी एनी वटे टाइम बहु ओछो है सो व्हाटएवर 5-10 मिनिट्स दैट ही इज एबल टू कनेक्ट विथ अस लेट्स हैव यू नो grand welcome. Is Dr. Dhaval available online?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, just the video. Okay.
You can see me and hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen 1 second. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'll just talk you guys a little bit through my journey and then hopefully some lessons you can take on what I kind of have done, and then hopefully what something that could be a value to you as well. So I'm, as mentioned, I'm the son of Dr. Govind Bhanushali. I'm based in New York City. I live between New York and Miami. I'm in Dallas, Texas right now for a meeting, so it's a little early in the morning here, but thank you for joining. So a little bit, I went to undergrad in the U.S. at Michigan State University. I did my residency at Mount Sinai. I currently have a private practice in Hudson Yards in New York, and I also teach at Mount Sinai. And my belief is very simple. If it doesn't exist, you must build it. Right? So what is innovation? A lot of my career, you may not know, but it's based on, some people know me because my office is a bit more well-known than others. Our skincare projects have kind of gone global. So some of them might know from skincare, and then my tech companies have also done pretty well, or at least across the United States. When I was in residency, I didn't have any money, so I had to get creative, and I wanted to be a venture capitalist. A venture capitalist is somebody who invests in different companies. And so what I did is I found somebody who had development teams, and I asked them, hey, instead of charging people full price, maybe we charge them a little bit less, and we take a little bit of equity so we can be partners in projects. And we started doing this and had a couple pretty successful things that we built. And this was an article in Forbes magazine that they covered on some of our projects. So I didn't have any money, so you don't have to have money at that time to really do anything. You just have to have a kind of a creative mind. My next project was a company called Ephemeral. We do tattoo removal in dermatology. And I kept thinking, why is it tattoo removal so painful? We can't really do a good job of removing it. So maybe instead of trying to improve how we remove tattoos, we should change how we put them on people, and so that it's a better experience. So we don't need these painful procedures to solve the problem. So we started a company. I was a dermatology advisor. We raised $20 million for tattoos that fade away on their own after between 1 and 3 years. And why I joined it was because my own mother had radiation tattoos from her cancer treatment. And I thought about all those cancer patients who had to get these painful tattoos, and they think about it. And so what I was very proud of is we finished studies showing that these tattoos can be used for cancer patients. So they never have to worry about having them removed later on. They can actually just put them on. The radiation oncologist can use those tattoos to do the treatments for their cancer, and then they're okay. And so that was great, but then something was missing. So I wanted to think about bigger for my own dermatology patients. So I started with a problem I had. I like to solve problems, and I think everybody, if you learn any lesson, everybody faces very similar problems. The key is how do you solve and challenge these problems and treat them, right? Because if you can treat them for yourself, then maybe you can treat them for other people as well. So in my office, there was always hair loss. Hair loss is very frustrating. And I'm sure there's a lot of you out there who've thought about hair loss problems and what do we do? And in the US, we only have two options. So we had the minoxidil and the oral finasteride. And so my job was to figure out how do I grow hair in all these people who are not growing hair with those options. We started compounding different prescription medications. And all of these were my first group of patients I did in my office just to see if I can get them to grow some hair. And then we started challenging paradigms. So there's somebody in the audience, I'm sure will say, you know, that it takes 3 months to grow hair. Well, this picture was taken 2 months and I think 2 days after we started a treatment on them. So there are ways that we can quote unquote hack the system and get better growth. And you can't Photoshop this. So this is truly somebody's head. So it's the fun part of innovation because as doctors, you know, we read the textbooks, but the beautiful thing about textbooks is that everything you read on a piece of paper is already outdated because there's something new on the horizon. You just have to think about it that way. And same thing, we had a lot of patients. The patient on the right has alopecia areata. They hadn't been responding to all your traditional treatments, so we created a topical for them. So it was a really interesting option, but that was only one part of it. And in the United States in 2018, there was all this increase in drug pricing. And the government found out that all these manufacturers were all coheeding or all working together, to increase drug prices. So if my patients couldn't get medications, could I use the same mentality to lower the drug pricing for patients? And the question is, how long do we wait for these prices to come down? The government knew something was wrong, but unfortunately in the United States, the laws and courts and all these things take years and years and years. So we had to solve a problem. So I created a website and then I created these formulations to help solve a lot of these very simple problems. We then, at this point in I think it was 2020, we had 200 million in savings. We've now crossed $1 billion in savings to patients. We have about 15,000 dermatologists. There's only 17,000 of us total. So 15,000 dermatologists use the platform. And now this has 500,000 patients. It's actually over $1 million, $1 million patients that we've served. And over, I think, $300,000 or $400,000 we've donated so far from this project. So you can have impact far greater than what you realize in your 4 walls of your office. You just have to think a little bit bigger and broader because I don't believe, you know, every doctor should necessarily just focus on what they see in front of them. They should think a little bit bigger because, you know, God willing, we're given the idea and thought and perspective to help many, many people. And so you should care for those that you see, but also always keep in mind those who you cannot see. So I built other projects. This was a marketplace to lower costs for all the doctors buying everything from their medications to their chairs, to their gloves, to everything. My idea was very simple. If you put a bunch of doctors together, they should be able to negotiate en masse and lower pricing for everybody. Same thing. So we had this is a marketplace. You can do skincare sales, a lot of different things. On the skincare side, I've done a few different skincare projects. I did Amazon's first skincare line. Amazon, obviously you've heard of. Hailey Bieber, who's Justin Bieber's wife. We did a skincare line called Rhode. I think it's one of the fastest growing skincare lines in the world. Last I checked, they're in London right now at a pop-up. There's 5,000-10,000 people in line to just take a picture next to our booth. We did a pop-up in New York City. There's 5,000 people lined up every morning just to try to shop our products. They're not available in stores otherwise. And so it's been very humbling to watch it. We have a project coming out with Martha Stewart, who you may know, who's a big entrepreneur. She's one of the kind of old legends, icons of the home economics world and cooking and everything. And she's one of our dear patients. So we've been very fortunate to have a lot of kind of fun celebrity patients that we get to see. And this was the Amazon line we did for Amazon when we first, I think it was 2019. So that's about me. And, you know, what I like to tell people is that we all, you know, everything about me is all great and all, but that's not pertinent to you necessarily, but there's lessons you can learn from me. I'm pretty young, I would say. So I've been very fortunate to learn many lessons, good and bad, and I try to share them. So for me, at least, I think about medicine. What will it be like in 5 years? What will it be like in 10 years? For whatever industry you're in, you think the same way. Don't think about, okay, this is what it is today. You think about where is it going to be, and then how do you build it? I would argue in India, it's actually easier because all you have to do is look at the rest of the world and how they do things and figure out how do we get our world to be like that, right? So for me, I never go to a grocery store and everything's delivered to me. They're just starting to do that in India, but they've been doing that for 5 or 7 years there. My skin medicinals company, the pharma company, the reason it did so well because we delivered all the medications to patients. Back then, everybody went to the pharmacy. And so the question was not, you know, is this a good idea or is this going to be possible? It's why isn't it possible? And why hasn't somebody built it? If nobody else has built it, why can't we do it? So the idea always becomes, you know, think about where things are going, whatever industry you're in. And God willing, if you have the energy, you can build that solution yourself and reap the rewards. This is more pertinent to if you want to do tech. you know, how do you get involved? I reach out to tech companies when I was a resident, learning from people. I did a lot of free work. You reach out to venture capitalists if you have a really good idea. If you're academic, a lot of these places, schools, colleges, they have these innovation labs. They're starting to encourage people to build things. There's a lot of different things you can do, but you just have to do it. And the biggest, you know, lesson from somebody like me is I'm not smarter than anybody. I'm not even more hardworking than anybody. I just have this unbelievable belief that everything is possible, and why not do it, right? And why not make that leap and do it? And then if you think about it, we're all entrepreneurs. This is my office in New York. When I opened this about 5 years ago, I couldn't beg anybody to come in because I was this young, you know, energetic doctor, but you know, I was by myself. I was very early in my career. And now you fast forward to now, I have a 3-year waiting list, I think, to see me, something like that, 3 or 4 year waiting list. We have 6 doctors now. I could never see the amount of patients on our waiting list. And so, you know, I say that with humility because I remember those nights where I was in tears, where nobody would come in and I didn't know what to do. And you just work hard, you do the right thing. And, you know, I've been very fortunate to have great mentors, like my father, my sister, people that I look up to who taught me do it the right way, do it the right way. One day the world will listen, and perhaps it has listened. And so for whatever industry you're in, I think the important lesson to learn is it takes time, but we're all entrepreneurs, whether you're opening a shop, a restaurant, anything, right? You already are doing more than your younger self would have ever believed. And then the goal is then to take that to the next level. And this is our office. These are the doctors in our office. Currently, we were in Times Square. We took over all of Times Square when we had our doctors come in, and it was beautiful to see potentially millions of people seeing our face in all over billboards and subsequently in magazines and things like that. But you know, we're always that. I always say I'm always that same kid who was in tears this first, you know, few months opening the office and not knowing how to do anything. So, you know, again, the goal is whenever I give a talk, I always tell people, you know, this is where things started, right? That's my father on the right looking at the office before we built anything. And so, you know, when you see a talk that I give or whatever, my only impact or hope that I get a result is that you see somebody like me and be like, look, he's not any smarter than me. He's not anything more than me. If he can do it, so can I. And I always say my talks are kind of that push, that shove to kind of make that jump that you can do whatever it is your heart desires and whatever it is you can believe in. Because I've been very lucky because again, this and this are 2 different worlds, but it's the same person, right? It's just the audacity to believe that it was possible. That's the only difference. So more lessons, you know, don't skate to the puck, skate to where it's going. It's a famous quote. Again, don't always do what everybody else is doing. Do what you think where the world is going and build that. Know your strengths and more so your weaknesses. I was told I wasn't smart enough to get an MBA. I now have, I don't know how many MBAs that work for me, from Ivy League schools to, you know, God knows what. And, you know, that's okay. I'm not a business guy. I've never been a business guy. My simple skill set is I can kind of, I think, see things for what they should be, not what they are. And if I try to do my best to build them. So, you know, I'd rather hire an MBA than get one at this point anyway. So it's a nice lesson to remember. Sometimes also there's no blueprint, right? So you cannot follow what other people are doing, whatever path they're in, because sometimes it doesn't exist. When I opened my office, there had been nobody my age who had ever opened an office like that in dermatology in New York City. And so I didn't know who to talk to. I was a bit lonely. I'd call my parents, I'd call my sister, and all you need is faith and a little bit of hard work and things tend to work out. And then when you're raising money in any of your tech companies, we hadn't raised any money in any of our companies. We've scaled some of these companies to some of the biggest companies in the country. It's okay to raise money if it helps, but please be sure who you're raising it from. It's a different kind of world. And I know the India tech scene is a little bit different. And then the biggest thing is support each other, right? Because I think we live in a lonely world where everybody sees other people succeeding. They feel like, oh man, like I wish that could be me. But I think the beauty of humanity and beauty of life is that we're all struggle at some point. And it's always important to remember that and support each other. And so the idea becomes, you know, if you're building your brand, I do a lot on social media. It's okay to do social media things. I have 150,000, I think, on Instagram, 170 or 180,000 on TikTok. You know, we have millions of people that see our content around the world from the doctors in our office. One of them has 22 million followers. And so it's okay to build a quote unquote brand, but just do it the right way. Make sure it's, you know, it represents you, your morals, your integrity, everything. You don't have to be one of those people that really fight for attention, but just, you know, people will notice, again, if you do it the right way. And so the biggest thing I always tell people, and this is from my own father, is don't let anybody tell you what you can or cannot do. Instead, let time show that your potential is limitless. And that's my favorite thing on earth, because there will be a million people who tell you what you're not capable of, why your idea is bad, why you will not succeed, but it doesn't matter. Just let time and your hard work show that everything is possible. So that's it on my side. Hopefully, hopefully that's helpful to you guys. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I'll give it a second.
Thank you, Dr. Dhaval. We thank you for the valuable time you gave us. Also, we are very proud for the work that you have done in the healthcare and tech industry. Thank you so much for your insights. It was great to have you.
Thank you so much. All right. Next time I'll come there in person. Thank you guys.
So any questions for Dr. Dhaval? So yeah, please put Dr. Dhaval just for a sec. Huh? Oh, he's coming back. Okay. So hold on with your question. Any other questions for Dr. Dhaval? So this is just an example. He जो को story वही, he talked about his journey, right? कि कहाँ से कहाँ तक. But yet he also shared that last picture जिनमें डॉक्टर गोविंद जी भाई जो को लगभग 23 वरे पहला खबर ना उनथी भी पहला कितला 1970s में US में आवा and to do his kurcho aje medicine practice there અને જ્યારે ધવલ जो को office जो space हो तो अंजा पप्पा नेरी था and now he needs to also fulfill his father's dream and ken pramane. So when we see Dhaval's achievement right now, like he talked about his Instagram followers or influencers on all the social media, millions of people following him, celebrities are using his services, but yet he talked about that part that it requires planning. મળે તૈયારી નતો થઈ વને અને મળે કે મુશ્કેલ અચે थी. He also shared that કે મળે કે એડો લગે અરે यार उसने तो कितना मस्त कर लिया आऊं केते हिया एडो ना उनके भी स्ट्रगल थियो हुंदो पर वो स्ट्रगल में जान वो कम के वधारे मेहनत के गोल आइडेंटिफाई के and then he continued working on that. So that's something that we learned. Achivya, Dr. Dhaval bhai?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Sorry.
Yeah. So Dr. Dhaval, we have one question for you. Ekdo mic puttiya when he said, do we have one more mic? Yeah. First of all, Dr. Dhaval, it was a really great presentation, to the point, 15 minutes, power pack presentation. So a big round of applause for Dr. Dhaval.
Thank you.
Now you have a question.
Hello, Dhaval bhai. This is Bhanushali, and it was actually very amazing to see your entrepreneurial journey, because right now it's very in India it's very risky to people think it's very risky to take an entrepreneurship as their career and work on it. So as I saw this, actually I'm also an entrepreneur, so I saw your journey. It was very fantastic, and it was actually inspiring for me too. And as an entrepreneur, there is always an ups and downs. So as you are in the healthcare, in India, I know what is the ecosystem of healthcare, but in US, it's even, actually it's not for the marketing side, but other side, like for the drugs, you know very well. So there's also an upside down. So how do you tackle about that? Because as you are an entrepreneur, you will get, I can get a much more better insights from you,
Is the question, what are the ups and downs of the entrepreneurship journey?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think look, the downs are very honest. Most people will tell you your ideas are not very good. You'll doubt your ideas. You'll question if this is worth pursuing. Financially, you'll be like, am I going to spend all my money that I have and I don't have on something? But the upside are, it'll always work out if you're willing. Like it's just a matter of time, right? At the end of the day, again, I've been on this journey for a long time. The first 6 months of my office, I was losing money. I was doing this, everything, right? And then magically something like this, the world, I always say the world has a magical place of supporting those who have a dream large enough to believe it'll happen. And for me, it just took, one person led to two people led to four people led to 8 people, and it grew. On my tech companies, again, when we built it, I spent a lot of money, pretty much all the money I had saved on the tech company, right? And I never talk about revenues or how big they've gotten. I try to be very, I think it's not as important per se, but in terms of success, I would have never dreamt of that level of financial success, social impact, all these things. And if I had listened to the type of people who had told me this was a bad idea, it would have never happened. And think about it, we've already probably close to 1.5 million people, if I were to say, benefit from our pharma tech company, right? we've saved $1 billion to people, right? And so think about it's $1 billion to somebody's going to get their medication, can't afford it, but now they can afford it. Even if that's one person, it was worth it. So I think there's always going to be the negatives, but if it was easy, as they say, everybody would do it, right? And to change the world, you really must defy the logic and all these different things. And that's okay. That's what makes an entrepreneur. The mindset is the most clear thing. You see all those sports athletes, they get up earlier than everybody else. Like, it's not by chance that these athletes become the best at their job or sports discipline. It's courage, it's motivation, all the different things that you need. And I think that applies to medicine. I think it applies to entrepreneurship. It applies to life, right? If you want to get to where you need to be, you must do things that nobody else will do. And that's the reward in itself comes from that.
Just one more. As your solution is actually a very innovative purpose and saving lakhs of dollars. So just tell me one thing, like if you are finding an innovation, will you, in the initial stage, will you look for revenues or you will look for just for solving the problem? If you are having
Solve
a
the
startup.
problem. Money always comes, right? If you can solve a problem better than anybody else, the money will always come. If you focus on the money, the problem is you'll aim for the best monetary return. And short term, that might help you, but long term, you're not looking at the long term vision, right? Because if I were to tell you, it's like salary, right? If I were to tell you a good salary is $10, you're like, okay, if somebody gives you 9, you're like, amazing. But if I were to tell you it's whatever you earn, and then you make 20, 30, 50, 100, 200, whatever it is, then you're like, wait a second, why would I have taken 10, right? So the idea becomes, a lot of this is based on like solving a problem better than anybody and creating usage. If everybody starts using and whatever solution you have, again, money will come. It's not, if you chase the money, I'm telling you all day long, even if you get that, whatever it is, it'll never be as much as you probably could have made if you hadn't chased it. And I always joke, it's $1 today or $2 tomorrow. If I were to give most people, if I had a choice of $1 today, $2 tomorrow, most people will say they're going to take the $2 tomorrow, but they'll take the $1 today, right? But the successful entrepreneurs always wait for the $2 tomorrow, and it won't be $2, it'll be $10 or $20 or $100. And that's what I try to teach people.
Correct. Last one. Sorry. Last one. As you are in the US, correct? I'm in the India. I have a family background here who can bring me more connects if I'm starting an entrepreneurship journey. You are in the US. How did you overcome that problem? Like you are in the US, you don't have, I don't know. You have the family background in the US. So if such situation came in your life, so how did you overcome it?
I think the biggest thing is that, so look, wherever you are, so if you're in India, if you're in US, it's not about where you're located. It's what is your subject matter expertise? What do you know better than anybody else, right? For me, it was initially I started with, my office was I knew medicine. My tech companies, if you notice, they're all around healthcare. Now I'm opening restaurants around the world. I'm doing hotels. I'm doing all these other things that are not my expertise. But how I gained my, quote unquote success was by knowing my space better than most people. And using that, even for skincare, I understood science and formulations. Our skincare brand now is selling to millions and millions and millions of people, right? But I would argue one of the big reasons is because the formulas are very good. Why? Because I'm a scientist also, and I understand formulas and things. So I don't want to do. It's not like I'm trying to make like something so far away from my expertise because I want to do it. It's like the example of even like hotels. Now I invest in hotels. I would have never started with hotels. Now I invest in hotels because I have friends who are very successful in the hotel business, and I want to invest because I'm investing in their expertise, but I'm not doing it myself, if that makes sense. Like everything I do now is more on other people and doubling down on their expertise. But initially for my personal success, I had to figure out what I knew in my brain better than the next 20 people and make sure I built solutions that most people wouldn't think of within that space. Family stuff, my family, they're all doctors and things like that, and that's great. But they're different types of doctors. So they were supportive on a macro level. Obviously, I don't understand dermatology, but that support is still necessary for me psychologically, mentally, all these things for me to get up every morning, be like, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Like I used to call my mom when I was studying for my board exams every day morning when I went to work, study, and at nighttime, I'd be in tears every day. Like, God, is this ever going to end? And she'd always just make sure I ate okay. I slept okay. And that sometimes is enough. So you have to just kind of think about all these different structural points, build that right structure around you, and then make sure you put yourself in the best possible position to succeed.
Correct. Thank you so much, Dawal. It was nice to have a word with you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Dawal. It was great to hear your inspirational entrepreneurship journey and work in medicine. It is really great to have you.
Thank you, thank you.
Have a good day.
If there's anything, like I said, next year I'll be there in person. I'll do my best to help. So thank you guys. Take care.
So we'll have a question answer session for sure. We have one short presentation, very quick one. અને કોઈ આજે જેટલા બી question ਹੁੰਦਾ, definitely, we are here and we will answer.
So now we have an educational agency coming in, which is Zest Education. So Mr. Dheeraj is going to represent Zest Education. He brings more than 20 years of diversified practical experience, wherein he has handled leadership and senior management roles in countries like India, Malaysia, and Canada. He's an expert trainer and a coach. He has been providing training to the students and professionals to help them achieve their personal and professional goals in life. So, Mr. Dheeraj?
Hello, everyone. How are you all? Okay. I hope you had enjoyed all the sessions. All right. I'm really grateful and thankful and obliged to boss for giving me this opportunity to share my experience. And for sure, I'm not going to take much of your time. It'll be just 5 minutes. All right. And I'm just going to summarize because the topic for my session is about Canada PR. Since I hold that, so that is what I'm going to talk about. All right. So before that, I'm just going to tell you all one quote, and post that, I'm going to ask you all one question, specifically to the young boys and girls. All right. So sometimes an intricate phase of a life creates predicament, which compel us to focus on imperative priorities, causes human errors, and we are not exception to it. So life is an ephemeral, and we wish it to be blissful and ecstatic all the time. All right. So I would like to ask you, is it right time to go to Canada to, get your PR? No? Who said no? Okay. Why do you think it's no? Right. The recession going on out there in Canada, and we all have heard about this since last couple of years. Inflation has gone up, of course. So these are some of the reasons what we have understood from the media. And of course, day in, day out, I do get a call from my friends, and they're actually giving me that scenario. But let me tell you one thing, any time is a good time to start your journey when you wish to pursue your dreams. Everything is ephemeral. That means everything is momentary. So the phase which is going on out there in Canada, it's momentary. It's going to get passed in maybe next 2 years or 3 years because of they may be having some of the political issues or some other issues as well. All right. Okay. Now the simple way to go to Canada is, okay, if you really want to have the permanent residency out there in Canada, is best to go on a study permit. Okay, you can take up a course for about 2 years. Post that master's course, you can have 3 years of work permit, and within that 3 years, you can apply for your permanent residency. All right. So post your masters, you can maybe work for about a year, and then you can apply. There are various pathways like PNP, Federal Skilled Programs, Canadian Experience Class Program, or Atlantic pilot programs. Also, they do have. So through that programs, you can obviously apply for your permanent residency. Okay, let me ask you one more question. What is the highest paid job profession in Canada? Means based on your understanding, yes. Absolutely. Nursing is the highest paid job in Canada, apart from the truck drivers as well. So the truck drivers and the nurses, they earn the very high wages on an hourly basis. It goes up to $50 per hour. Okay. So when I went to Canada, like, of course, I got an opportunity to work with one of the textile group of companies as a production director. I worked with that company for about 3-4 years. But then when I wanted to apply for my PR, truck drivers is one of the skilled profession wherein you get your PR in a very fastest way. All right. So at the age of 40, I decided to, get the truck driver's license. It was very difficult path for me because you have to undergo for 3 months rigorous program. And after that only, you're allowed to give that exam, the road test, and you get your truck driver's license. And the passing ratio is let me tell you, it's just about 5 to 6%. I'm not telling you all this is impossible, but this is very, very difficult. And I managed to get my truck driver's license in just my, first attempt. Okay, so this is one of the journey I wanted to share with you all. So coming back to this Canadian PR, so Canada is the only country at this point in time in the world which offers the PR very easily. Easily in the sense of course, if you have great academic background, if you have amazing, your profile, then you can get into one of the best university out there, and definitely you can apply for your PR. So this is what I just wanted to let you all know, and I really wouldn't want to take much of your time. Finally, before ending my speech, I would like to give you all one piece of advice that is normally I give to all the youngsters and students. Okay, so that piece of advice is, see, we all are human beings and no one is perfect. Okay, in fact, nothing is permanent in this world. And we tend to make mistakes, we tend to fail. So those mistakes and failures are an integral part of human life. So whenever we are facing those rejections and failures in our life again and again, over and over again, that precisely means Almighty God up there is preparing us for a very significant battle in our life. And trust me, the rewards after winning this battle would just be amazing and wonderful. So don't lose hopes. Don't lose patience, and never ever give up on your dreams, as our dream is the only thing we truly own because it's our own creation. All right. So chase your dreams, go after them, and I wish you all the best. And with this 5 minutes of speech, I'm just taking a leave, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. By the way, I did not have the PPT. I just got the confirmation this morning by Yash. Yash, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And I really loved it. And you have been lovely audience. Thank you.
So I'd like to invite Kailash Bhai Gajra to felicitate Mr. Dheeraj. Thank you for your insights. It was really helpful.
Okay, so Mike, ये वाला okay. So हाणे पावटे one or two options हैं. I'll just quickly share करा. So आज जो ही जो को अलग अलग पूरो process हो, घणे में जना YouTube ते ही, Zoom ते ही, अने काल भी पांचो थियो. Priority खाली એટલી જ હોય કે સ્ટુડન્ટ સાથે વધારે ટાઈમ સ્પેન્ડ કરલા મળે. अलग अलग इंडस्ट्री थी मणे पा स्पीकर्स के बोलायूं, अलग अलग आके नॉलेज मिले, and then with that you can take better actions. पांचा कोर ऑप्शंस है हाने आके हेर कोई एडो प्रेसिंग क्वेश्चन हुए के पूरी ऑडियंस के कम अचे, तो you can definitely ask right now. We have Zest and we have Tasa. They can also probably answer here right now. So it's a common Q&A. पांचो बाजू में मळे के डिनर करीने ज वने जो है. सो पांचो डिनर बाजू में ऑलमोस्ट आने रेडी થઈ ગયો है. So it will start. અને આકે 1-to-1 डाउट्स हुए. So that is night पांचो एक्सपर्ट्स वारो. So we are all here. तो અહીં 1-to-1 આસા સાથે भी question answer કરી શકો. Any question whatever that you have basically. So we'll be there. Okay? મળે કે? So any common questions? कोई के question है हुए? कि भूख लगी है? हाँ, yeah. So generally, I recommend everybody to go for fall, right? Fall जो करो है, fall is like August. So August में majority students Canada हुए के US majority students fall में જ वने અને એકડી સાયકલ બની વને હતી fall में એનું પા August में એટલે એવું 6 મહિના થીએ પાંચ જો કોઈ internship हुए summer में internship मिले એકડો વરે પોઠિયા right तो exactly May time frame તે internship કરી સકો so that cycle goes very well like August में आओ May में graduate हो जाओ after 2 years so that's generally thing unless Rajiv sir and Rohit, आपको कुछ change करना है तो धीरज, sorry.
So the fall intake is the biggest intake in the year, all right. And if you go for that particular intake, then like you will have lots and lots of options, okay, to pursue your course, be it computer science, data science, or like in any field, maybe finance, accounting, and all. And in that particular intake, like you guessed best of the professors. It is being a biggest intake, and like if the whole world lies on it. So that is where like majority of the students they would like to actually like go for a fall intake. So the September one, yes. Raju sir maybe would like to.
So you're correct. Preferred is September, but depending on your area, what you're trying to specialize in, fall can be looked at, but preferred is September. Always. But you also need to remember September is the highest competition also, because everybody is going for September. So everything has a pros and cons. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, next question. Yes. Which country you are from? Yes, German delegate, please. Okay, mic mil do ekdo. Yeah. So we'll use this one. Yeah. I will use wired.
नहीं इधर चीज एक बच्चे को देख
So I just wanted a recommendation that I'm planning to do my master's from Germany in artificial intelligence. So I just wanted a recommendation. Am I on the right track? Should I be doing this course?
What have you done actually currently?
Now, currently, I'm in my third year of my bachelor's in information technology.
Okay. See, I'll just state what I've told everybody. Okay. Your undergraduate, what you've done is whether computer science, civil, electrical, whatever. It's only giving you a base, and what is developing for you is your logical thinking mind. See, ultimately, let's all understand what we do in our life. Problem, solution. Right, sir?
Absolutely.
Problem and solution. So your education decides how you solve that problem. Right? If you're an engineer, you have developed a logical mind, plus you have developed a technology mind because you're doing computer science, IT. Okay. Now, आप मेरे से पूछे AI अच्छा है, obviously AI is the future. But AI के अंदर आपको specialize करना है कि AI को आपको use करके दूसरा कुछ करना है? It's a question I won't be able to answer till I diagnose you. Yeah. See, as I was telling you, I'm a specialist. I was telling a lot of kids outside. I'm a specialist. So you need to come to me with a blood report. You ask me general question, I'll give you general answer दूंगा. आपको specific question चाहिए, मेरे को blood report चाहिए. But AI for everybody, even if you don't become an engineer in AI, everybody should use AI. I'm repeating this to you. All young kids, you have to understand and use AI in your area, where whatever you're doing. Okay, but area is good. To short answer. Now to a further answer, now Germany has 3 areas. Okay, one you can do in German language public colleges. Yeah. You can do English medium public colleges, and you can go to applied UC. So there are 3 options. In first 2 options, the highest competitive is English medium public. Okay, and that's more research oriented. If you go to applied, that's like a professional certificate. There are a lot of industry people come and teach directly connected to industry, but that's paid. So you need to decide what you want to do further in your career.
Actually, I have decided, like you said, about public university and in English language. And I also wanted to add a question to that. I'm like, can you recommend that the German language, should I do from India? Like I should learn from India or from the Germany part? Or some levels in India or some levels in Germany?
Okay, point number 1, as you decide to go to Germany, German सीखना है आपको. So that is given. Even if you don't learn here, in the college, they will teach you. They're free classes. You need to have up to B2 for you to get your PR. Okay, but if you know at least A2 level in India, and when you start working part-time, your salary will be higher. If English speaking is getting, let's say, 10 euros an hour, if you know up to A2 German, basic A2 German, you will start getting 12 euros for your 20 hours. So we recommend German जाना है तो सीख के जाओ, जितना सीख के जा सकते, but आपको B2 तक चाहिए to get your PR. Right?
सर वो बाकी लोग के लिए थोड़ा बता दीजिए, A1 A2 कितना लेवल रहता है जर्मन का
कोई भी लैंग्वेज, वो जर्मन हो इंग्लिश, कोई भी 6 लेवल्स होते हैं. सबसे नीचे A1, फिर A2, B1, B2, C1, C2. These are 6 levels. Okay. तो for example, if she has to study in German language, आपको C1 तक सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए, तभी आप जर्मन लैंग्वेज में पढ़ सकते हो. राइट? और ये किसी भी लैंग्वेज, इंग्लिश का भी यही है. इंग्लिश, जर्मन, स्पेनिश, फ्रेंच, सबका एक्सेप्ट फॉर जापानीज. बाय द वे, जापानीज दूसरा यूज करता है, वो N5 से चालू होता है. N5 and सबसे नीचे N5 होता है. N5, N4, N3, N2, N1. Except that all languages follow this method of 6 levels. Have I answered this?
Perfect, absolutely. Thank you.
One last question. Like there is a concept of credit points, so I'm just not able to understand what's like, as per the calculation of mine, I am able to achieve 120 credit points, and the German universities are asking for the 210 points. So can you just explain about that?
Are you talking about Indian education system?
Yes.
120 ना आपको 180 मिलेगा. Okay, and that's one. And secondly, you need to go for APS. It's compulsory. In Germany, if you go, APS like VES. US के लिए VES होता है, Germany के लिए APS होता है. So that APS will show your equivalence. और आपने 4 साल किया है तो आपको equivalent हो जाएगा.
No, actually, my graduation degree is about 3 years.
So you're doing BCA, something like BSc at BCA, right? So let me again be very upfront. You will have a lot of challenge in public college. Applied university ले लेगी आप.
एंड फिर सर से आप 1-to-1 कर सकते हैं. जूम पे किसको क्वेश्चन है तो जरा एक बार देख लेना. एनी अदर क्वेश्चंस? या सो पहले जय एंड देन परिन भाई.
So, sir, हम बात भी लेते हैं. My background is BTech in data science. I have completed BTech, and since the beginning, I have been learning Python and coding in data science, machine learning, and AI. And my goal for the future is कि after 2 years, probably September 25 or September 26, I want to go for masters in data science. But country decide करने में there is a problem, and which course from which country to go.
So again, see, I'm sure data has 3 levels. There's a data engineer, there are data science, business. There are 3 levels, right? और coding फर्क पड़ता है. Business analytics में least coding होती है. There's more little business, right? And data engineering is the highest coding. You understand that?
Yes.
So you're talking of data science or data engineering?
No, I'm talking about data science.
Data science. Yeah. Okay. Now data science is hot anywhere, beta. You go to US, you go to UK, you go to Germany, you go to France, anywhere it is hot. So you can choose. You're lucky. You have very good picking. Right? कहीं भी choose कर सकते हैं. Sir, आपको add करना.
Yeah, I would like to suggest you, like, the best 3 options I would suggest you for data science would be first US, second Ireland, and third Germany. Okay, because Ireland being the hub for all the IT companies and software companies for the European continent, that is also one of the promising destination what you can look at. Of course, US being like the financial hub, and it's like the technology innovation hub, you can be there. Data science, as sir rightly said, like this is a very hot cake in the market at this point in time. Okay, so these 3 countries you can have as your preference.
Yeah, so as sir said in his session, so US is for the highly ambitious people and you have to rough it. So वो थोड़ा सा कम preference है. Ireland, I have definitely some connections, so वो I'll plan about it.
Right.
And how about Australia? ये भी मेरे दिमाग में था.
Australia, so if you would like to.
Yeah. So see, as I said, data science or business analytics is the new language. Every country is adapting it. Every country. Okay, so I said you have a choice. You can pick any country. Even you pick up Poland, वहाँ भी है, right? Bulgaria, हम बच्चों को Bulgaria भेजते हैं because the fees is less. Okay, वहाँ भी है. So you don't have to worry about which country. Okay, important thing here is आपको data science कौन से industry में use करना है. Do you want to क्योंकि इसमें specialize होता है. You have to choose in a master. You want to get into supply chain management. You want to get into finance, or you want to get into what? That is more important for you. Data science is one which is used everywhere. Industry is very important. उसके base पे आपको subjects, topics, experience आएगा sir. And as you both said, is very correct, because Ireland and Berlin are and Netherlands now are all hubs for startups. And startups data science बहुत use करते हैं, क्योंकि they are all the new age startups. उनको data तो चाहिए ही उसको. Any country you choose, I'm telling you, any country.
Thank you, sir.
And okay, most importantly, like, how you develop your skill set while pursuing your, higher education. So that is what, on that basis only, like, you're going to get the job opportunities and the job prospect. So you should always focus on your skill sets. See, learning should never stop. It's a, like, lifelong process. So that is how, like, we should emphasize on. Great. Parin bhai.
My son is in 12th science. I just wanted to know one thing, that how is Germany culturally different from US, Canada, or Ireland? Because again, that language is a different and they live differently. Germany, France, every country, 100 kilometers, they have a different culture. So suppose if my son goes to US for studying, I don't have any problem. कोई ना कोई Indian या गुजराती मिल जाएगा. But if you take about, say, Germany or France, where non-English speaking European country, so culturally, how it is different?
Culture is different. Okay. For example, you're from Bombay. Okay. Now, if you go to Tamil Nadu, what's the difference? Right? Culture is different. Everything is different. Okay. I can only tell you, our young kids are good at it. You have to believe in them. They adjust. They adjust. Okay. Because every culture is different from us. Let me be very upfront with you. But I can give you my personal experiences. Okay. Now, any of the country which you said, there are now enough Indians there. Of course, US में ज़्यादा हैं, सबसे ज़्यादा UK में है. UK जाते हो लगता है नहीं, मतलब आप actually you come outside, is like looks like India. Okay, US भी धीरे-धीरे होता जा रहा है. If you go to the popular spots हो जाते हैं, New Jersey, New York, Chicago side, California side, बहुत Indians मिल जाएंगे आपको. ठीक है ना? आपको दूसरे उसमें चले गए, so then you get lost. Any of the southern states, you get lost. You don't know what's the culture. But, and this is for everybody. If you go to whichever country you are going, you need to immerse yourself in that country. Please understand. Don't make groups of Indians. क्योंकि आपको रहना वहाँ है, assimilate वहाँ करना है, वहाँ का PR चाहिए. Okay, so you need to understand and learn that culture. Kids learn the culture. But just a caveat, Indian 12th, if it's not from Ivy board, if it's Indian ICSE, CBSE, is not accepted in Germany. They have to do one more year there, which is they call studio, but this is like a foundation year, because they accept 13 years of education. There's one caveat for Germany ke liye.
Yes, and if you look at this Germany and France as a study destination, then they have the English taught programs, and we have been sending so many Indian students to those countries now. So need not to worry about it. Culturally wise, of course, they would be different, but again, you can have the Indian community support in those countries as well, in the European continent. Yes. When I stayed in Canada for about 6 years, I used to live in Mississauga, which is like, the greater Toronto area. Mississauga is the name of that place. But over there in Brampton and Mississauga, I used to always, see all the Punjabis and the turban guys. So, the huge population of Punjabi. So there, second language is Punjabi out there. So you can also see the signboards in Punjabi language in those particular cities. Yes. So need not to worry about that.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank
Next
you.
question. एक सेकंड और कितने जन को क्वेश्चन है, so that we know. हाथ ऊपर करिए. We have 3. Okay, कश्यप 4. हाँ. और हम क्या करते हैं? क्वेश्चन भी ब्रीफ, आंसर भी ब्रीफ. एक लीड मिल गया, फिर 1-to-1 करेंगे डिनर पे चर्चा. हाँ, ठीक है.
सो बेसिकली अभी मैं अपना कंप्यूटर साइंस डिग्री कर रहा हूँ. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड मशीन लर्निंग का ऑनर्स भी मैंने लिया है. सो मुझे ये पूछना था कि इनके जो क्रेडिट पॉइंट्स है, जो बेसिकली 4 years डिग्री प्लस 2 years ऑनर्स में जो कर रहा हूँ, सो उसके साथ हम लोग SOP वगैरह जो प्रिपेयर करके हम लोग मास्टर्स के लिए अप्लाई करेंगे, GRE एंड TOEFLs, IELTS, ये जो क्रेडिट पॉइंट्स हमको हेल्प करते हैं स्कॉलरशिप्स गेन करने के लिए किसी भी US बेस्ड यूनिवर्सिटीज में.
Anything additional helps. तो फॉर एग्जांपल हम बहुत कम बच्चे जो आते हैं एडिशनल क्रेडिट करते हैं. स्कूल के बच्चों को हम APs करने को बोलते हैं. IBs में we call them to do APs, extra APs. तो उनको बेनिफिट मिलता है. So बेनिफिट होगा. See, anything extra you do related to it, you'll get benefit. This much I can tell you.
And SOPs पे हमको क्या मेंशन करना रहता है? बेसिकली सब बोलते हैं रिज्यूमे में जो लिखा है वो SOP में मत लिखो. तो SOP में एग्जैक्टली हमको क्या लिखना पड़ता है?
बेटा ये फुल एक साइंस है. Okay, what I can only tell you, talk to my team, they will forward a video to you, listen to that video.
Okay.
It's a full science. SOP पे लोग लिखते हैं पूरा. Right, sir?
Because mostly बोलते SOP अच्छा होगा तो आपको scholarships मिलेंगे बहुत अच्छा बढ़ता है.
See that SOP is like one of the most important document on the basis of which you get the acceptance from the university.
Yeah.
And SOP, statement of purpose, it's all about your story. So you need to include each and everything, means how exactly you got inspired to pursue this course, your academic background. Apart from that, why you wish to go for this course, this university, why particularly US or any other country. And apart from that, your extra co-curricular activities, your future goals, everything we have to write it down in a very descriptive manner. So at Zest Global Education, of course, I'm the one who write for all the students, and we have managed to get the scholarships also from the various universities. So you can always be in touch with us, my team out there, and then we can definitely help you out with.
Thank you.
Yeah, so quickly summarize करने के लिए, so statement of purpose has to be authentic. It should reflect you. तो मेरा स्टोरी उसमें आना चाहिए. चैट जीपीटी को पूछ के एसओपी नहीं लिखते हैं, सो इट्स नॉट अ कॉमन थिंग. जैसे मेरे एसओपी में मुझे याद है मैंने कच्छ का मेंशन किया था. कच्छ में मेरे फादर का फार्म लैंड और वहां पे एग्रीकल्चर टेक्नोलॉजीज का क्या किया था, वो टाइम पे एआई यूज किया था. सो इट हैज टू बी पर्सनल बेसिकली. सो सर से टीम से कनेक्ट करके एसओपी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड जो एक्स्ट्रा आपने किया था स्कॉलरशिप, बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं देती है, उनके इसमें है ही नहीं कि स्कॉलरशिप देना, बट जो देती है तो भी एक्स्ट्रा क्या क्या चाहिए, दैट ऑल्सो लाइक अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम आई कवर. गुड जीपीए नंबर 1 एब्सोल्युटली. अच्छा रिकमेंडेशन होना चाहिए. देन यू शुड हैव डन सम टेक फेस्ट, फेस्टिवल्स कुछ रहेगा उसमें आपका पार्टिसिपेशन होना चाहिए. पेपर्स, रिसर्च पेपर्स लिखा है वो होना चाहिए. समाज के एक्टिविटीज में तो एक शैलेश भाई का जो स्माइल है, मेरा भी उतना ही बड़ा स्माइल निकलता है. वॉलंटियरिंग का आपके पास अगर सर्टिफिकेट रहता है कि आपने वॉलंटियर किया है, स्टेज पे जाके आज ये 3 जन ने जो को चेयर किया पूरा, ये सारे प्रोग्राम्स शो दैट यू आर एन एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी पर्सन. एंड आपका जो आस्क है, व्हाट इज योर आस्क, राइट? अरे आपका $50,000 है तो कम करके दो, दैट इज द आस्क. तो इट शुड, दे शुड फील कि हाँ दिस पर्सन इज एन एसेट टू द यूनिवर्सिटी बेसिकली. तो आपको, सो देयर आर these several things that you can do to show your application more lucrative. So ऐसा है इसमें. next question. एक सेकंड, यहाँ पे पहले आया था, then we'll go and then red. Yes, हाँ जो. माइक में गिरी गिंजा.
I'm from pharma background. So you told us, sir, about the fully funded scholarships which are provided by the European countries, right? So I wanted to know there is any scope or any scholarship for pharma background students.
Yes.
So
Yes, but they are limited courses, but they are there. You may not get the choice what you want because see, after you done B Farm, right?
yes.
B Farm के बाद special there are 10 areas.
Yeah.
There are 10 areas. I'm repeating to you. Okay, so कौन सा आपको करना है और कौन सा उसमें scholarship में available है, that you need to we need to map, but they are available.
And eligibility is anything which
That needs to build up. So आपका जो GP है उसके अलावा बाकी सब build up करना पड़ेगा.
okay.
So as I tell, it's a simple science. I'm saying I've not, आपको मैंने formula बता दिया है. ठीक है ना? You have to build up on every of those things.
एकड़ी चीज मळे के छा जड़े पाई प्रोग्राम अटेंड કર્યું था ना पर घरे में મને ભૂલી વેનું था. Remember, if you do not take action, असा में कि कोई भी खबर नहीं पे कि आके करो हेल्प कपे थी. So try to reach out, ask boss team members के presentation share करो. अच्छा उन्होंने क्या बोला था, उनसे बात कर सकता हूँ क्या, ईमेल मिल सकता है. So if you take action तो आगे जाएंगे. So please take action. खाली सुन के it will not really help. Last उधर and then red t-shirt after that. Sorry अंजो नालो को रहे. You are going after 12 that I know. Dhairya. Yeah, we'll come to Dhairya.
Hello, sir. So I have done my graduation, and as I know, for masters there are 2 ways to go. Like one is one pathway program, like 1 year online or in India, and 1 year in abroad country, and second one is full 2 years in abroad country. Can you just tell me why anyone should go with pathway program or should go with 2 years course program? Can you just tell me why it should be like?
Yeah. So
other than financial reason.
Yeah, very much. See, out of lot of research, I read a research more than 5 to 6 years. After that, I've created pathway programs. By the way, I'm one of the few companies in India which has created pathway programs. Right? It is currently admissions on at MIT there.
Correct.
Okay, at MIT Bandra. 2 of them, apart from the financial reason. See, when you go abroad, there's a huge difference in the education methodology, what you study there. So इसमें क्या ये pathway is not the Indian style of teaching or the work. It is same international style because the professors have been trained by those professors to take care of the whatever 6 months or 1 year, whatever the path is. So that's first. So it means जोर का झटका धीरे से.
Correct.
पहली चीज. Okay. Second चीज obviously financial तो है ही. Third, आपको जो structure, for example, my program called UMBA, उसमें paid internship is part of the program because we realize that Indian kids वो direct fresher जाते हैं, experience के बिना के जाते हैं, और जब market में जाएंगे, right, तो job नहीं मिलता है. तो अगर part of the program college ही आपको internship में भेजता है, so there are very good chances that the employer will stay back with you. So we are solving that problem of job also. So there are 2-3 broad reasons, and obviously the exposure of learning 2 countries and so many other things. But major ये 3 reason है, right? Financial reason में nearly मतलब 40 to 50% का फर्क पड़ जाता है.
So, as I asked, why one should choose for 2-year full course and why one should go for pathway? Can you just?
Sir, दोनों में देखिए, first, as I told you, दोनों 2 साल के हैं.
Correct.
Both the programs 2 years. In first pathway, you're spending some time in India before you
Correct.
go abroad, right? उसका reason ये है, first, let's say, in fact, I'll take exam. I'll just give you exam. Okay, example. Usually the Indian kids don't do I. जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है. Okay, so during the program, we improve their English and we improve their, get them IELTS score. Second, skills which are required for you to go there for your internship. Because view क्या है, that I need to get you an internship and job there. Normal program ये view नहीं होता है. Right? So I'm preparing you in India for that battle there. And the other language I told you, जोर का झटका धीरे से. Okay, so these are 3, financial तो है ही. Financial तो major difference है. Right? But the reason is that we are preparing you for skills. To give an example, the current pathway happening at MET here is one is happening with Netherlands. Okay, UMBA, Netherlands. It means 6 months here, 1 month in Netherlands, followed by 6 months of paid internship.
Okay.
Okay. Second, we are doing with Bulgaria. And by the way, this Netherlands cost is very good, 18 lakhs, okay, all inclusive. Okay, the other is Bulgaria. And Bulgaria, we are doing only area specialization where there are jobs there. So for example, Bulgaria, we are doing IT, project management, business analytics. Only 3 programs we are doing. So in Bulgaria, total 12 lakhs, 6 months here, 1 year Bulgaria, you'll get 2 degrees, 1 from Bulgaria, 1 from UK, followed by 6 months paid internship. There's a third pathway we are doing with Dubai. Again, 11 lakh, 1 year India, 1 year in Dubai with a confirmed job there.
Okay.
So we have brought some tadka. Of course, there are other people who also do pathway. Okay, so if you are in a pathway, if you are directed in your graduation, you can enter. Otherwise, I usually recommend कि आपको बाहर पढ़ने जाना है तो थोड़ा experience लो और उसके बाद जाओ, क्योंकि आप तैयारी नहीं हो, यहाँ pathway में आपको तैयार करके भेज रहे हैं, ये फर्क है pathway. Sorry, that's my point of view.
Yeah.
Just
absolutely right. As sir rightly said, he said like, means you're getting actually prepared for the kind of challenges, obstacles, or hurdles you're going to face in the second year in the foreign land. So you're actually like going to get prepared in homeland for all those challenges. So that is what the pathway programs are really beautiful, and they are actually made it that way in such a way that you fully get prepared for the kind of the obstacles you're going to face in the second year in the foreign land. Yes, absolutely.
Great.
Just
So
last.
can we take up after this like one more question we have?
It's a small question.
हाँ.
जो pathway programs किए जाते हैं, so उसमें जो डिग्री मिलती है, like it's a 2 university program, correct? तो डिग्री होती है वो abroad countries की होती है कि Indian company?
So currently the programs अभी जो हमारे हैं, जो अभी जो चल रहे हैं, उनमें see you will get a certificate from India. Okay, but your main degree will come from Netherlands. Okay, but next year for 2025, I'm launching program with GTU, with Gujarat, 2025 programs, 2+2, 4 countries, USA, Australia, UK, and England, 2+2, especially in computer science, and masters 1+1, in which you will get 2 degrees, one from Gujarat Technical University. I'm talking Gujarat, okay, not Mumbai. And second is coming from that respective university. So
Okay.
it's a dual degree in that case. But
Okay,
currently it's one.
Got it.
So एक चीज खाली simplify आऊँ करे दिया मणेला करे. Degree is one thing. वो मेरा degree कब का पढ़ा है वो खोला भी नहीं है. What you learn is the most important thing. Yesterday कल कितने जन yesterday webinar Zoom में थे, हाथ ऊपर करो. कल कितने थे? ठीक है. Your experience abroad. We are talking about experience abroad. Pathways are really great program. Amazing. absolutely, but what your priority should be that मेरा experience develop हो रहा है क्या, मैंने कुछ नया सीखा क्या country में से, that is what you are going to get. Degree is one thing, knowledge इकट्ठा किया क्या, am I becoming a better human being, broader vision मेरा generate हो रहा है क्या, these are the things that you need to look for. And of course money part is there कि भाई मैं यहाँ से 2 year fully मैं अगर abroad में किया तो क्या है versus pathways and you know, so that way. So kind of look at with the open mind. That's what I would say. Yeah. धैर्य. धैर्य धाने मैंने वाला जाए 12th पुटे तो गाला है ना सी.
Sir, I am in 11th science right now and preparing for JEE for mains and advanced. So I had a confusion between for aeronautical engineering and aerospace engineering. So can you tell the major points or differences between the two?
First, aeronautical and second?
Aerospace.
Aerospace.
And aeronautical.
Okay. See, aeronautical engineering basically means related to inside a plane. Right? Aerospace is more broader. It could lead to anything. You know, outside the plane, even space. With aerospace, they even they can go to space. But aeronautical is basically most focus is on engine of the plane. There's a difference between both of them. So aerospace is more broader because you are going into undergrad. You can do your masters in somewhere. In aeronautical engineering, agar aap masters karne to thoda narrow field ho jayega aapka. And that's hardcore engineering. It's like extension of mechanical engineering. Let me put that way.
I also had a confusion. Should we prefer IIT and IIM in India or should we go abroad for graduation?
Beta, I have got students. I don't know. You can just look again. Depends what you're getting. There's a recent girl who we consulted. She wanted to go to Singapore. We got her admission to NUS and SMU. And we also helped her get her admission in IIM Lucknow. Okay. She came to me for advice. I said, take IIM Lucknow. Very simple. So if you're able to get in IITs, good IITs, I'm talking of old IITs, not the new IITs. Okay. And in IIM, good enough. If your vision is to broadly work in India, if your vision is to broader, I give this example to people. If you go to Singapore, your vision, you'll work in Asia. If you go to UK, you'll work in Europe and Asia. If you go to US and do your master, you can Europe, you can do to Europe, you can work in America, Europe, Asia. So that's your vision. That's what is accepted. आपका vision क्या है? उसके हिसाब से आप इंडिया में करोगे, you will do well. See, उसके बाद फिर IIT करके US में चले जाना. Right? If your vision is India, to contribute to India, IIT and IIMs are the best. They're good. They're really good, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
All right. एकदम कोई अग्रो सवाल बाकी है हणे तो कोई जो, otherwise we'll go to dinner. We'll stay around also here. On पुठिया भी कोई के कोई को जो भी question बाकी ना रहे असी boss जी team make sure करीं. Any last question? So we are right on time at the end of the program. Huh? Dinner second floor है नीचे. Okay. No, so Sakshi, last karo. Thank you so much, sir. It was really insightful. A big round of applause for our experts. Yeah. YouTube disconnect kari sakuta. Thank you everybody who has joined on Zoom and YouTube. ये पूरी recording आए से भानु समाज जी YouTube चैनल ते आए. पांचो भानु समाज जो brand name आए भानु समाज everywhere. Facebook पे, LinkedIn पे, YouTube पे, Instagram पे bhanusamaj.official. So if you search Bhanu Samaj in YouTube, you will get this channel जहाँ लगभग 2000 followers हैं के एडा subscriber थे वे हैं. उनमें ये मरे recording काल जी भी available है, आज जी भी available होंगी. So all your, if you want to re-watch everything, even all last 6 years boss webinars पंच कलाक जमड़े available हैं. So thank you so much. So I'd like to on behalf of श्री कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट અને પરમ પૂજ્ય સંત શ્રી ઓદરામ એજ્યુકેશન ફાઉન્ડેશન જેટલા भी પાર્ટિસિપેન્ટ મળે કે ખૂબ ખૂબ કરચો આજે કે ધન્યવાદ. થેન્ક યુ ફોર કમિંગ ફોર ધી બોસ વેબિનાર. છેલ્લે સુધી અહીં લગભગ આના બી 80 90 100 જણા આયો. સો ધીઝ આર લાઈક ધ ક્વોલિટી ઓડિયન્સ કે આકે જો કો આન્સર્સ કપ્યા તે હોપફુલી નો વી વર એબલ ટુ give that information to you. So thank you so much. Thanks to all the volunteers. I'm going to quickly request करा तो volunteers के stage से अचीव ने boss team या volunteers everybody on stage. Anybody? Young, huh? Yes, yes. Boss team members, please come on stage. Everybody. volunteers. Gaurang bhai bhi virtually